If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 1938 Mercedes-Benz W154 might have the best shot at winning on the Deutschlandring circuit. It was a dominant machine in its time, known for its advanced aerodynamics and power. The Auto Union Type D, from 1938, could put up a serious fight with its supercharged V16 engine. But I think the Mercedes 154's combination of speed and handling might just give it the edge. The others are impressive classics, but I doubt they keep up with these giants on such a demanding track. Oh wow, these are some vintage beauties. But I have to say I'm leaning towards Amy with the Auto Union Type C. It's a bit more streamlined for racing compared to the Alfa Romeo, which is more of a grand tourer. Plus, the Auto Union has a reputation for being pretty nimble on the track, even if it's a classic. But hey, you never know with vintage cars, sometimes the underdog surprises us. I'm placing my bets on Amy to take the win here. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at the Deutschlandring. And up front we have Newer Life in a sleek 1938 Maserati 8CTF, starting on pole. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the competition. The race kicks off with Newer Life leading the pack, followed closely by Sovi in second place, and Tim Borghini Tube holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Sovi and Newer Life are nose to tail for the lead. Amy and Tim Borghini Tube are locked in a close fight for third. Dr. Monkey 13 is climbing up one spot to 7th. Dr. Monkey 13 and Pippi Langstrumpf are battling hard for 6th. Amy just overtook someone to move into the top 3. Tim Borghini Tube and Amy are nose to tail for 3rd place. Asuroni and HP Lootcraft are fighting hard for 8th. Asuroni and HP Lootcraft are nose to tail for 8th place. Maya just gained one spot down 12th. Gina Jones and Maya are fighting hard for 12th. No room to breathe. Asuroni is climbing up to 8th place. Rufina Nateen is advancing to 17th. The race is heating up with some steady moves. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to 5th place. Asuroni is also moving up to 7th. Rufina Nateen and Suprathri are locked in a close fight for 16th. Gina Jones and I are nose to tail for 12th place. Amy just gained one spot to 2nd. Trash Crashton just overtook Frank Worthy and is now in 19th place. They're still close, so expect some more fireworks soon. Dr. Monkey 13 is climbing to 7th place. Asuroni and Dr. Monkey 13 are battling for that spot. Gina Jones is advancing to 12th place. Zoe is climbing to 2nd place. Asuroni is inching into 8th. HP Loopcraft and Dr. Monkey 13 are nose to nose for the next spot. New for Life is leading the race in a 1938 Maserati 8CTF. Looks like they're setting the pace with the fastest possible lap. Race seems smooth so far. Ljungdan Stort 1 of 2 just snuck past Pippi Langstrom, and now they're battling for 5th place. Edu when he plays an HP Lootcraft are nose to nose for 9th. E20 plays an HP Lootcraft are nose to tail for 9th place. So Pro 3 and Scott Dixon are locked in a close fight for 15. The Deutschlandring's tight corners and high-speed straights are favoring the early leaders, but the narrow sections could shake things up for the midfield. Illy just snatched the lead from New for Life. Now they're nose to nose for the top spot. Amy and New for Life are also locked in a close fight for 2nd place. Sovi is really having a rough time dropping back to 8th place. New for Life is climbing steadily to take the lead. Amy is also making moves, now in 2nd place. Maya is on a roll, climbing up to 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Zovi is having a tough time dropping back to 21st. U20 place just gained 1 spot, now 9th. Scott Dixon is climbing 2 spots to 12th place. Axton Hits and Dixon are nose to tail for 12. Buffinen 18 is advancing 1 spot to 15. Buffinen 18 and Hingle McCringleberry are fighting for 14. Scott Dixon is driving an Alfa Romeo 12C. He's currently in 12th place, so he's holding steady but not making much progress. Maya is holding firm in 6th place. HP Lootcraft is now in 10th. Amy is stretching her lead at the front. Trash Crashton is driving a 1937 Alfa Romeo 12. C looks like they're stuck in the back, probably struggling to keep up with the front runners. Axton Hits and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for the 12th spot. Nirgutsu and Violetta Mama are locked in a fierce fight for 16. Sir Pro 3 just gained a position and is now 18th. Asuroni is closing in on Pippi Langstrom and has cut the gap by 2 seconds. They are battling hard for 5th place. Axton Hits and Scott Dixon are also locked in a close fight for 12th. Dr. Monkey 13 is now in 6th place. Maya is gaining on Asuroni, cutting the gap by 2.6 seconds. Gina Jones has moved up to 10th place. New for life is leading the race in the 1938 Maserati 8 CTF. Looks like they're holding onto the front spot pretty comfortably so far. Asuroni is in 8th place, driving an auto union type. C looks like they're holding steady, but not making any big moves yet. Wow, Amy just took the victory. Looks like someone's got the need for speed. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Amy for winning the race. That was a fantastic performance. And big shout out to Amy for the fastest lap. So she can claim the 1937 Auto Union Type C that was used in Grand Prix back in 1930. Maya, you did a great job with the most overtakes, so you also get to claim the same vintage car. Looks like the race was pretty intense and strategic. Who will be the lucky collector of these classic beauties? Alright, so the 2011 Aston Martin Zagato VLN is a pretty unique beast. Fun fact is that it was built for the demanding Wellen endurance racing series in Germany, and was actually a one-of-a-kind collaboration between Aston Martin and Zagato. It's like the perfect blend of British elegance and Italian flair, designed to turn heads both on and off the track. And honestly, with all that style, it probably spends more time looking good than actually racing. But hey, it's still a pretty impressive machine. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up, so get those choices in before it's too late. Don't want to miss out on the fun, do we? Alright, this is an interesting matchup. Hingle McCringleberry behind the wheel of a 2014 Dodge Viper SRT GR3. That car is all about raw power and aggressive handling. On the other hand, Amy's 2016 BMW M6 GT3 is more refined, with better aerodynamics and probably more balanced racing tech. Given the track's full reverse layout, I'd lean towards the car that's more agile and better at handling sharp turns. The Viper is a beast, but might struggle with the tight corners, while the M6 GT3's likely to stay more composed. So if I had to put my chips down, I think Amy's BMW might just edge out Hingle's Viper in this reverse circuit chaos. But hey, racing is unpredictable, and sometimes a brute force car can surprise us all. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at the Camino Viejo de Montserrat on the reverse circuit, and look at that! Maya starting in pole position, behind the wheel of a 2014 Dodge Viper SRT GT3. Bet the other cars are already sweating it out trying to catch up. Maya is leading the race from the start. New for Life is right behind in second place. Gina Jones is holding on to third, but expect some action soon. Ingo McCringleberry is climbing nicely to fifth place. Sophie and Pippi Langstrump are nose-to-nose battling for sixth. Looks like a fun fight. Ingo McCringleberry is climbing up to fourth place. Sophie is also making a move, now in sixth. Looks like they're both feeling the heat. Wow, CB is climbing to fourth place. Sophie is now fifth. Pippi Langstrump is in sixth. Looks like they're all playing the game of leapfrog today. Amy just gained one spot, now in sixth. Scott Dixon and Pippi Langstrump are nose to tail for seventh. Amy's driving a BMW M6 GT3, known for its balance and handling. She's currently in eighth place, so she's making her way up, but still has some ground to cover. Pippi Langstrump is driving the 2016 Ginetta G55 GT3, a lightweight and agile car, known for its sharp handling. She's currently in 8th place, so she's holding her own but still has room to climb up. Gina Jones is driving a 2010 BMW Z4 GT3. She's currently in 3rd place and has a fastest lap time of 55.141 seconds, so she's holding her own, but not quite catching the leaders. Pippi Langstrump's car is a Ginetta G55 GT3, known for its agility and lightweight design. Looks like she's struggling a bit, currently in 8th place and quite a bit behind the leaders. Scott Dixon is racing a 2016 Callaway Corvette C7 GT3R. He's currently in 8th place and has a decent pace, but he's not quite catching the leaders yet. Maya is leading the race in a 2014 Dodge Viper SRT GR3. She's been quick with a best lap of 53.439 seconds and maintaining her top position so far. Maya is leading and has the fastest lap, so he's clearly in control. Looks like he's pushing hard to seal the deal. Gina Jones is racing a 2010 BMW Z4 GT3. She's currently in third place and has a fastest lap just over half a second slower than the leader. Looks like she's holding her own pretty well. Hingle is holding a slight edge over Amy. But with only one lap left, it's anyone's game. Amy's got the pace to catch up if she pushes hard. Maya is leading the race in a 2014 Dodge Viper Certige R3 Reward. She's setting the pace with the fastest lap so far and looks to be in control. The narrow and twisty layout seems to favor the more agile cars, but the straight sections are giving the bigger engines a chance to catch up. Maya is leading in the Dodge Viper Certige R3, and she's been fastest on the track so far. Looks like she's got the pace to stay ahead. Hingle McCringleberry is just behind Amy by a few seconds, so it's a tight finish. Hingle has the speed but needs a clean move to overtake. Amy is holding steady, but the pressure's on. Wow, Maya, you really sped your way to victory. Looks like all those laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations to Maya for winning the race. That was an incredible performance. As for the fast lap, Maya, you get to claim the 2014 Dodge Viper Certige R3. Amy, since you won the bet race, you can take home the 2016 BMW M6 GT3. Great job to both of you. Here's a fun fact about the LMP1 racing cars. They were like the superhero of the endurance racing world. They combined incredible speed with cutting-edge hybrid technology, making them both fast and surprisingly efficient. Imagine a car that can race non-stop through the night and then recharge itself like a battery-powered superhero. Now that's pretty cool. Alright, so Gina Jones is in that mighty 2018 BR Engineering BR1, which is known for being pretty sharp and modern. On the other hand, New for Life has the 2015 Rebellion R1, which is a solid machine but a bit older, and potentially less nimble. Given the track and the cars, I'd lean towards Gina having a slight edge because the Bron is a newer design, likely a bit more refined and faster over the course of the race. But hey, sometimes the older cars have tricks up their sleeves. Overall, I'd say Gina's got the best shot at crossing the finish line first. But we'll see if New for Life can surprise us. Hey Emerson, great to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready for some high-octane AI racing action. Sit back, relax and enjoy the show. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Ennapergusa with Gina Jones on pole. She's in a 2018 R Engineering BR1, so let's see if her speed can hold up. The race kicks off with New for Life leading the pack, followed closely by Gina Jones in second and Scott Dixon holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Sophie's making a move up 2 spots and is now in 4th place. Amy is right behind, both of them battling hard for 3rd. This race is heating up. Cloud Surface 69 is on a roll, climbing to 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is dropping back fast, now in 15th. Zoe is making steady progress up to 3rd. New for Life is holding a narrow lead over Amy, but the gap is closing fast. Amy just attempted a bold move into the next corner. Let's see if it sticks. Arlo Coast is still trying to find some pace, stuck in the middle of the pack at 15. Pippi Langstrup is climbing fast, now in 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Bobardo is also making moves, now in 10th after his own 3-car overtaking spree. New for Life is on the rise, claiming the top spot from 2nd place. Scott Dixon is in 3rd place, driving the 2018 R Engineering BR1. Looks like he's holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Bobardo is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 9. Someone else is doing the same, grabbing 3 places to 10. Amy is also on the rise, overtaking 3 cars to settle in 11. Amy just overtook someone to move into 10th place. Arlo Coast and Sophie are also climbing up, now 11th and 12th respectively. Looks like the pack is tightening up. Dre 192X is climbing up to 5th place. Oakswolfie is also making progress, now in 6th. Arlo Coast is closing in on Amy and has cut the gap by over a second. Oakswolfie is climbing to 5th place. Pippi Langstrup is now in 7th. Bobardo is in 8th. Looks like everyone's making a little move today. Bobardo is driving a 2015 Rebellion R1 and currently sitting in 8th place. Looks like they're holding steady with a quick lap of 1 minute 32 seconds. Not bad, but they might want to find some more speed to climb higher. The gap to Sophie is shrinking fast. Just 18.5 seconds left. Amy is climbing up to 9th place. Arlo Coast is now 10th, making moves. Inga McCringleberry is driving in 2018 R Engineering BR1. He's currently in 4th place and has the fastest lap of the race so far with a 1:32.2. Looks like he's pushing hard. Low Coast is gaining on Amy pretty quickly now. Cloud Server 69 is closing in on Evolution and 154 with a solid push. Sovi just overtook someone and is now in 14th place. Cloud Surfer 69 is driving a 2016 Porsche 919 Hybrid. Their race seems to be stalled with no lap time recorded, so they might be having technical issues or just hanging back. The track's tight corners and short straights seem to favor the older Rebellion cars, with New for Life leading comfortably. The newer Porsche hybrids are struggling to keep up, likely due to the track's demands on their hybrid systems. Scott Dixon is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by 3/30 seconds. Cloud Surfer 69 is climbing up to 12th place. Someone just moved up one spot to 14th place. And it looks like someone in Evolution and 154 are locked in a tight battle for 13th place. Uxwolfie is now in 4th place. Drivon 192X has climbed to 5th. Pippi Langstrom is in 6th. Looks like everyone's making moves. Wow, what a surprise. Congratulations on your victory. No more for life. Guess the race was just waiting for you to cross the finish line first. Wow! Big congratulations to Numbu for Life for taking the victory. That was some impressive driving. And hey, since you also clocked the fastest lap, you get to claim the sleek 2015 Rebellion R1 to Mars T. Nice achievement. Who's feeling lucky next? If I had to pick one of these cars for a race on the Central International Circuit, I'd probably lean towards the Lamborghini Jarama S, even though it's from the early 70s. That car was built with grand touring in mind, and has a bit more modern aerodynamic design compared to some of these muscle cars. Sure, the Ferrari 250 GTO is legendary, but I think the Lamborghini might have an edge in handling and stability on a twisty circuit like Central. The muscle cars are great for straight-line speed, but Central demands a bit more finesse, and I think the Lamborghini could surprise us all. Alright everyone, get those mouse fingers ready because the time to pick your car is almost up. Make your choice now, or forever hold your peace in the race behind. Don't say I didn't warn you. Welcome back, deplorably Apple. Glad to see you've returned just in time for some high-speed chaos. Hope you enjoy the race because these AI cars are about to put on quite the show. Wow, those are some classic beauties. The Chevrolet Camaro ZL1 from 1969 is a powerhouse historically, known for its raw muscle and speed. On the other hand, the Aston Martin DB4 GT Zagato from 1962 is all about elegance and agility, with a more refined approach. Given the Central International Circuit's mix of tight corners and straights, I might lean towards the Camaro for raw power and acceleration, but don't underestimate the Zagato's handling finesse. It's gonna be a close call, but I'd say the Camaro might have a slight edge in this race, thanks to its brute force. Still, anything can happen with AI driving, so I'll be watching closely. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Central International Circuit. J.D. Anburn is on pole, cruising in a 1969 Chevrolet Camaro ZL1. Can the vintage beast hold the lead, or will modern rivals catch up? Stay tuned. That Salty Sirena is taking an early lead. Detoxins is right behind in second, and Jade Anburn is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start so far. Jade Anburn is holding on to second, but Detoxes is right on her tail. Official Classy Live and Gina Jones are neck and neck for 5th place. Move for Life and Husky Hog are fighting hard for 8th, no clear winner yet. Jade Anburn just sneaked into 2nd place. Official Classy Live is climbing fast to 4th. Amy is making her way to 6th. Husky Hogue and Woo for Life are nose to tail for 8th place. Slipsneedy Gaming and Deplorably Evil are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Husky Hogue and Mew for Life are nose to tail for 8th place. Aetherplasm just gained a spot to 11th. Sickness Leader Gaming and Aetherplasm are locked in a close fight for 11th. Hippie Langstrom is climbing 1 spot to take the 18th place. Sylvie and Pippi are nose to nose for that same position, so expect some fireworks soon. Ingle McCringleberry is holding on to 5th place, but Amy is right behind. Aetherplasm just moved up to 10th and is now battling Deplorably Evil for that spot. Jade Anburn and That's Salty Serena are neck and neck for 1st place. Official Classy Live and Detoxinaz are locked in a close fight for 3rd. Hippie Langstrom is climbing up to 18th place, making moves. Jade Anburn is now in 1st place. Official Classy Live has climbed to 3rd. Aetherplasm is up to 9th. Kingroad is driving a 1969 Dodge Charger Hemi, a muscle car with a lot of power. They're currently in the 16th place, so they're making some moves but still have a ways to go. Gina Jones and Amy are nose to tail for 6th place. Maya and Ikar 77 are locked in a close fight for 15th. The race is heating up at the mid-pack. Sophie is driving a 1971 Plymouth Roadrunner. Looks like they are currently in 17th place, trying to catch up, but still a bit behind. Aetherplasm and New For Life are nose-to-tail fighting for 8th place. Scott Dixon and Slipslider Gaming are locked in a close duel for 12. Aetherplasm is climbing up to 7th place. Aetherplasm and Gina Jones are nose-to-nose for 7th. Deplore Bleeple and Husky Hog are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Jade Anburn is leading in a 1969 Chevrolet Camaro Z L1, which is known for its raw power and classic muscle car appeal. Looks like she's holding a solid lead and setting the pace with the fastest lap so far. Deplorable climbs to 10th place. Zipsnita Gaming is closing in on Husky Hog, cutting the gap by over a second. The battle for 11th place is heating up with Slipslider Gaming and Husky Hog nose to nose. Slipslider Gaming is climbing to 11th place. Sovi is also moving up to 19th place. Bean Streams and Sovi are locked in a close fight for 19th. Scott Dixon is climbing to 12th place. Hippie Langstrom is also moving up to 16th place. Air 77 and Pippi are nose to nose for the 16th spot. Aetherplasm is really closing in on Gina Jones now. The gap shrinks by 1.2 seconds. Icar 77 just climbed 2 spots and is now in 15th place. Official Class Alive is holding a solid 3rd but not pulling away much. Husky Hog is a bit behind in 7th, so unless they make a move soon, it's looking like a close finish for the top 3. Zipsnita Gaming is driving a 1965 Lamborghini 400 GT and is currently in 12th place. Their fastest lap is a 152.716, so they're hanging in the middle of the pack, but not setting the world on fire. Sovi is driving a 1971 Plymouth Roadrunner. Looks like their race is not going well with the slowest lap time so far, and a position near the back. Gingrut and Husky Hog are nose to tail for 13th place. Bean Streams just gained a spot to take 18th. Sinyahima and Bean Streams are locked in a fierce fight for the same position. Wow, J.D. Anburn just took the victory. Looks like someone's been practicing their speed. Congratulations on the win. Wow, J.D. Anburn really pulled it out of nowhere. Congratulations on the victory, you earned it with some impressive driving. Looks like they've got the skills to pay the bills. Sure thing. A fun fact about the Los Arcos Rallycross track is that it's known for its super tight corners that make cars slide around like they're trying to do a dance rather than race. It really tests the precision of the AI drivers and keeps us all on the edge of our seats. Plus, with its quick chicanes, it's basically a roller coaster for cars that like to go fast and hug the curves closely. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost up. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to make your move before the race begins. Don't miss out on your chance to cheer for the fastest machine in the race. Wow, this is quite the matchup. On one side, we have Nexa Romaval in a classic Ferrari 250 GTO, a legendary racing machine from the early 60s. It's got power, prestige, and a lot of history behind it. On the other side, I'm in a 1955 Connaught Type B, which is more of a historic racing car with a different kind of charm but maybe not quite the same level of raw performance. Given the cars and the track, I'd say Nexa Romaval has the edge. The Ferrari's design for speed and agility on rallycross circuits could give it a decisive advantage. The Connaught, while adorable and full of vintage flair, might struggle to keep up in those tight, aggressive turns. So I'll put my chips on Nexa Romaval to take this one, but don't count the little Connaught out just yet. It's got style and a fighting spirit. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Los Arcos Rallycross, and in a surprising twist, Gina Jones is starting on pole driving a classic 1962 Ferrari 250 GT. Oh, who knew vintage would be leading the pack? Frank Werdy is leading the race, followed closely by Gina Jones in second place. Violetta Mama is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Violetta Mama is climbing fast into second place. Amy is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to grab 8. Nexa Romaval and Sophie are nose to nose fighting for 9th. New for Life is slicing through the field to land in 8th place. Maria Koblach is climbing steadily to 4th. Amy is making a move now in 6th. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Love for Life is right behind Ovidas now, closing the gap by a full second. Deplorably Apple is climbing up to 12, making a little progress. Violetta Mama is now in first place. Amy has climbed 2 spots and is in third. Move for Life and Ovidus are neck and neck for 7th place. Maya is holding steady in the lead. Move for Life is making a move up to 6th place. Amy just snuck into 2nd. Deplorable is climbing to 10th. The race is heating up. Violetta Mama is leading in a 2016 Audi TT Cup, which is known for its agility and sharp handling. Looks like she's maintaining a solid pace and has a comfortable lead. Move for Life is closing in on Gina Jones for 4th place. Looks like a battle is heating up between those two. Move Life is gaining on Franquetti quickly, closing the gap by another 1.3 seconds. Maya has climbed 1 spot and is now in 11th place. Amy is now in 1st place. Move for Life is closing in on Franquetti and has cut the gap by 1.7 seconds. Ingle McCringleberry has moved up to 8th place. Move for Life is gaining on Franquetti pretty quickly, closing the gap by almost 3 seconds. Ingle McCringleberry is also closing in on Pippi Langstrom at a decent pace. Scott Dixon just moved up 1 spot to 12, not bad at all. Move for Life is closing in on Franquetti and has cut the gap by 3 seconds. Deplorably Apple has climbed 1 spot to 8th place. Scott Dixon has also moved up 1 spot to 11th. Inga, McCringleberry and Deplorable Apple are nose to nose for 8th place. Ovidus is slicing through the field, closing the gap by 2 seconds, and now eyeing Hingle for 9th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Wow, Amy, you really took the checkered flag. Looks like all that practice paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Amy really went all out today, winning the race, snatching the fastest lap, and overtaking everyone in sight. That Triple Crown is no joke. Congratulations, Amy, you've earned it. As for the cars up for grabs, Amy, you've got the fastest lap. So that means you get to claim the 2004 Chrysler Viper GTSR, also known as the GTR. It's a beast on the streets. And Maya, since you won the bet race, you get the vintage 1955 Connaught Type B, a beautiful piece from the F1 1950s era. Looks like we've got some pretty lucky drivers today. Can't wait to see who ends up behind the wheel. For this track I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Estoril Retro has those tight, twisty sections that really test a car's agility. Speed is great, but if the car can't stick to the track around those sharp turns, you're just wasting time. Balance and precision are key here, so a car with sharp steering and good grip would really shine. Of course, a bit of power doesn't hurt, but without the control, you'll just be sliding off course. Wow, this is quite the throwback showdown. The 1960 Scarab Indy versus the 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy.com. Both cars have their own charm and history. The Scarab is known for its innovative design and racing spirit, but the Ferrari has that legendary status and a bit more refined pedigree. Considering the vintage race and the car models, I'd say Scott Dixon and the Ferrari might have a slight edge. It's like bringing a classic ballet dancer to a street fight. More finesse and power behind that Italian engine. But hey, Aerotech Scarab could surprise us with some old school grit and ingenuity. It'll be fun to see which classic car takes the crown. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Estoril Retro with the classic IndyCars class. Leading the pack from pole position is Bedazzler in a 1952 Kuzma Affi. Let's see if those vintage wheels can hold the lid. Bedazzler has shot off the line to take the lead. Starbix is right behind in second place, and Uncle Tobin is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle forming early on. Uncle Tobin is climbing up to second place. Starbix and Uncle Tobin are nose to nose for that second spot. Sylvie is making a move up to 7th. Starbix is climbing to second place. Starbix and Bedazzler are nose to nose for the lead. Dina Jones is advancing to 7th place. Gina Jones and Jester 133,796 are fighting for 6th. Gina Jones is climbing to 6th place. Sylvie is also moving up to 7th. Jester 133,796 and Sylvie are nose to nose for 7th place. Looks like a tight squeeze. Aerotech is making a quick climb up to 15th place. Starbix is holding on to the lead. Uncle Tobin just nudged into 2nd place. Edsos 21 is climbing to 2nd place. Gina Jones is also moving up 1 spot, now in 4th. Hufo and Sylvie are locked in a close fight for 6th place. Maya and Gina Jones are nose to tail for 4th place. Tigo Alm is sneaking up 1 spot to 11th. Pippi Langstrup and T-Boom are locked in a close fight for 11th. Gina Jones and Uncle Tobin are nose to tail for 3rd place. Maya and Gina Jones are locked in a fierce fight for 4th. N Body Notes and Gesterone 133,796 are battling hard for 9th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 3rd place. Amy is also moving up 1 spot to 7th. Kufo and Amy are locked in a close fight for 7th place. Kufo is climbing to 7th place. Yesterone 133,796 is making a move to 9th. And Body Notes is sneaking into 12th. Looks like everyone's on the push. Uncle Tobin is now in 3rd place. Gina Jones and Uncle Tobin are still battling closely for that position. Amy is climbing up to 7th place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 3rd place. Maya and Uncle Tobin are nose-to-nose fighting for 4th. Pippi Langström is making a move, now in 10th. T-Bomb and Pippi Langström are locked in a fierce fight for 10th place. Erotic and In Body Notes are neck and neck for 14th. Gudasarar is closing in on Scott Dixon, with a 1.6 second gap shrinking. Muru for Life is charging through the field, now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy has gained 1 spot, now in 6th. Sylvie and Amy are nose to tail, fighting hard for 6th place. Amy just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Maya is right behind her. Yanita, Diddy Taps and Bonk Apes has climbed to 13. Eddie's Taps and Bonk and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 12. Uncle Tobin just overtook someone to grab 3rd place. Uncle Tobin and EdSauce21 are nose to nose for 2nd. Sylvie and I are locked in a close fight for 6th. Gina Jones is really closing the gap on Uncle Tobin, shaving off almost 4 seconds. They're battling hard for 3rd place. Zoe is climbing up to 6th, making moves. Maya and Sylvie are nose to tail for 6th place. Life just gained a spot to 13th. And Body Notes also moved up 1 to 16th. Gandhi Tapsumbunks and Pippi Langström are locked in a close fight for 11th place. Erotic has gained 1 position and is now in 14th. Hingo McCringleberry and Erotic are also battling for the 14th spot. Wendy Tapsumbong Eggs just overtook someone to move into 11th place. Pippi Langström and Wendy Tapsumbongs are nose to nose for that 11th spot. Scott Dixon and In Body Notes are neck and neck for 16th. Amy just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Pippi Langström and Wendy Tapsumbongs are locked in a fierce battle for 11. In Move Alive is chipping away at Pippi Langström's lead, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Maya is holding steady in 5th place. Yesterone 133,796 is closing in on the top 6. Erotic is making a quiet climb to 14. Nufa Life is driving a 1958 Maserati. 250F they're currently in 15th place, and seem to be struggling a bit with a lap time of over 2 minutes. Wow, Starbucks just took the checkered flag at Estoro Retro. Clearly, they know how to leave everyone in the dust. Nice job! Wow! Congratulations to Starbucks. That was an incredible race. They really showed some skills out there. And hey Amy, you did the most overtakes today. You've earned yourself a 1952 Kuzma Offie. A true classic Indy cars. Nice work! Sure thing. Did you know that the Sebring International Raceway was originally a World War II aircraft training base? The bumpy, rugged track we see today actually comes from the old airfield runways. It's like racing on a piece of history with a bit of a rough edge. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking, and we don't want anyone missing out on making the AI racing history. Hurry up and choose before it's too late. Well, this is quite the matchup. On one side, we have New for Life in a sleek Alfa Romeo 155 TS. It's known for its agility and sharp handling, perfect for weaving through tight corners and making quick maneuvers. On the other side, Scott Dixon in a Volvo 850 Estate. That car is probably more about comfort and carrying capacity. Not exactly the fastest in a race, but hey, maybe Scott has some surprise up his sleeve. Given the cars, I have to give the edge to New for Life. The Alfa Romeo's lighter weight and sportier design should make it faster on this track. The Volvo Estate, while practical, might struggle to keep up with the nimbleness of the Alfa. So, I'm putting my chips on New for Life to take the win here. Alright everyone, the race is just kicking off at Sebring GT. And look at that, Maya is starting on pole in a classic 1993 Toyota Carina eGTI. I mean, who needs fancy supercars when you've got vintage charm and some serious determination? Let's see if she can hold that lead. The race kicks off with Maya taking the lead, Waldo right behind in second, and New for Life holding strong in third. Looks like a tight start already. Figueiredo Sport is climbing fast, overtaking 4 cars to reach 15th place. Waldo and Maya are nose to tail for the lead. Meanwhile, Amy and New for Life are locked in a close fight for third. Waldo just made a move to take the lead. Scott Dixon and Amy are still locked in a close fight for 4th. Penny 3 and Scott Dixon are battling hard for 5th. Penny 3 and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 5th place. Neo Texum just gained a spot and is now 12th. Rosego Deming and Neo Texum are fighting hard for 12th. Lazy Towner is climbing up to 9th place. Figure 8 Esport has moved up to 13th. Rosego Deming and Figure 8 Esport are nose to nose for 13th. Scott Dixon is in 5th and has some ground to make up. Move for Life is in 3rd, so he's got a bit of a gap to close. Looks like Move for Life might have the edge for now, but it's early. Gyoginu Numericals is driving a 1984 Toyota Corolla Data Corolla. They're currently in the 21st position, just ahead of the Honda Civic and Toyota Celica. Looks like a steady but slow climb. Not quite making waves yet. Scott Dixon and New for Life are nose to tail for 4th place. Penny 3 and Scott Dixon are also locked in a close fight for 5th. Lazy Towner and Gingina Jones are nose to nose for 8th place. Neotexum and Sylvia are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Dishonored Fox is creeping up on Figure 8 Sport, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Lazy Towner is climbing up to 8th place. High Mize is now in 16th. 2 Ps and a Podcast has moved into 17th. Penny 3 and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 5th place. Gyoginu Miracles just sneaked into the top 20 and is climbing. Bobardo is also on the move, gaining a spot and closing in. Figure 8 Sport is dropping like a stone to 22nd place. Penny 3 is climbing steadily to 5th. Scott Dixon and Penny 3 are nose to tail fighting for 5th place. Lazy Towner advances to 7th place. Reno T4 climbs to 20th place. Bobardo and Reno T4 are neck and neck for 20th. Lazy Towner is now in 6th place, closing the gap with Scott Dixon. They're really neck and neck in this fight. Scott Dixon is driving a 1994 Volvo 850 Estate. He's currently in 5th place, holding onto a decent spot but not quite challenging for the lead. Looks like he's hanging in there, probably enjoying the Estate's practicality. Scott Dixon is now in 6th place, closing the gap. And Lazy Towner and Dixon are still neck and neck for that spot. Dishonored Fox has advanced to 13th, making some progress. Lazy Towner advances to 6th place. Hymas and Rosego Gaming are neck and neck for 14th. Gyoginu Miracles is closing in on a Generate, now just 1 second behind. Penny 3 and New for Life are nose to tail fighting for 4th place. Hingle McCringleberry just gained a spot to 7th. Neo Texum and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a close duel for 11th. Lazy Towner is climbing up to 4th place. Lazy Towner and Amy are nose to tail for 3rd. This race is heating up nicely. No for Life is climbing up to 4th place. Sophie is getting closer to Gina Jones, and the gap is shrinking fast. Hi Mice is making a strong push, now in 13th place. Lithocarp is climbing to 17th place. Renog T4 is now 18th place. Bobardo is 19th place. Looks like a little push for the back markers. Lithocarp's Lada 2106 is holding steady in the middle of the pack, but with the slowest lap of nearly 2 minutes 37 seconds. It's not exactly setting the world on fire. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Wow! Waldo really outpaced everyone at Sebring. Guess they're the new king of the track. Well done! Wow! Waldo did it! Huge congratulations on winning the race. Looks like your car's the one to beat today. And hey, congrats to New for Life for winning the bet race. You now get to claim that classic 1994 Alfa Romeo 155 TS. Not too shabby. Looks like someone's got a new ride to show off. For this track I would focus mostly on handling and agility. The Circuit de Pau Vintage is known for its tight corners and technical sections, so a car that can navigate those turns smoothly and respond quickly would have the best shot at winning. Power is important, but in this case, precision and control are the real keys to victory. Alright everyone, time's almost up. Make your picks before the countdown hits 0. Don't want to miss out on the thrill of seeing which sleek machine takes the lead. Alright. This is quite the vintage showdown. Sophie is behind the wheel of a classic Alfa Romeo GTSE, which is known for its nimbleness and sharp handling. On the other hand, Cloudsurfer 69 has a 1972 Chrysler Valiant Charger, which packs more raw power, but might struggle with the tight corners of Circuit Depot vintage. If this were a game of finesse and agility, Sophie's Alpha might have the upper hand. But if raw speed and a straight-line sprint come into play, Cloudsurfer 69's Valiant Charger could surprise us. Honestly, I'd put my chips on Sophie just because the course favors quick corners and precise control. But hey, with AI racing, anything's possible. Let's see who's got the skills and the luck to come out on top. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Circuit Depot Vintage, and leading the pack is the Group 3 Lyricell class with a 1967 Chevrolet Impala sitting pretty on pole. Let's see if it can hold that lead or if the others have a surprise up their sleeve. Scott Dixon has shot off the line to take the lead. Lyricell is holding strong in second place, and Cap Holster is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Aerotech just overtook someone to take 7th place. Amy and Aerotech are nose to nose for that spot. New for Life is climbing up to 8th place. Amin-san just climbed 1 spot to take the 10th place. Gina Jones also moved up 1 spot to 11. Pippi Langstrumpf and Gabby Theminimek are nose to nose for 12th place. Looks like a tight squeeze. Maya just overtook someone to move into 3rd place. Looks like she's on a roll. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing 2 spots and now sits in 11th. Not bad at all. Gina Jones and Gabby Theminimek are nose to nose for 12th. This is going to be a fun little duel. Cloudsurfer 69 is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 10 to 8. Stabigail Killens is gaining ground, moving up 1 to 5th. The fight for 4th is heating up with Stabigail Killens and Cap Holster going wheel to wheel. Amin-san is gaining ground on New Verlife, and the gap is shrinking fast. King Chu 22 is hot on Gina Jones' tail, closing in steadily. Amy just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Aerotek and Amy are still nose to tail for 6th. Aminsan is closing in on New for Life, and the gap is shrinking fast. They're battling for 8th now. Pippi Langstrumpf is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry fast, cutting down the gap by 16.33 seconds. Cap Holster has climbed 1 spot to take 3rd place. Cap Holster and Lear Roselle are locked in a close fight for 2nd place. Cap Holster just gained 1 spot and is now in 2nd place. Gina Jones is closing the gap on Cloudsurfer 69 by 2.2 seconds. Sophie moved up 1 position and is now in 13th place. Aminsan is closing in on Aerotek, cutting the gap by 1.9 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up 1 spot to take the 14th place. Gabby the Minimac is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing up to 15th place. Buchitero is moving up to 16th place. Aminsan just sneaked into 7th place. Cloudsurfer 69 also making a move up to 9. Looks like the race is heating up. Scott Dixon is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Cloudsurfer 69 is gaining on Aminsan, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Sophie is climbing up to 12th place. Cloudsurfer 69 and Aminsan are nose to tail for 8th place. Gina Jones just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th. New for Life and Gina Jones are battling closely for 10th position. Cloudsurfer 69 is climbing to 8th place. Nouveau for Life is now in 10th. Gabby the Minimac has moved into 11th. The race is heating up. Laircell is driving a 1967 Chevrolet Impala. They're currently in 3rd place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute 50 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not pushing for the lead. Cloudsurfer 69 just moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Sophie moved up 1 spot to 11th. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Gabby the Minimac, cutting the gap by 1.1 second. Amy just gained a spot to 5th place. Cloudsurfer 69 is narrowing the gap to Stabigail Killams by nearly 2 seconds. Aminsan is climbing to 8th place. Cloudsurfer 69 is gaining on Stabigail Killams, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Pippi Langstrumpf is catching up to Gabby the Minimac, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Cap Holster is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Cloudsurfer 69 is closing in on Stabigail Killams, reducing the gap by 2.7 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing 2 spots to take 10th place. Well, look at that. Scott Dixon just snagged the win. Guess he's still got it. Congratulations on the victory. Wow! Scott Dixon really did it. Huge congratulations to him for winning the race. That was an impressive performance. Looks like all those laps paid off. Alright, so the 1969 Legrand Mark 11 is actually a classic beauty from the late 60s. Fun fact is that despite its sleek and stylish appearance, it was known for having a surprisingly modest engine for its time. It was like the car that looked ready to win races, but often just wanted to cruise around in style. A true legend for those who love looks over sheer speed. Alright, this is quite the vintage showdown. The Eagle Mark V from 1968 versus the Legrand Mark 11 from 1969. Both classics but with different vibes. The Eagle might have the edge with its sleek design and potentially better aerodynamics. But the Legrand's got that smooth, maybe slightly more refined edge. Considering Circuit du Va with the chicane, handling and rigidity are key. If the Eagle was tuned for sharp corners back in its day, it might have a slight advantage. But if the Legrand was well maintained and has a bit of modern finesse, it could surprise us all. Honestly, I'd lean towards the Eagle because there's just something about that vintage American muscle charm that might make it push through the chaos of the chicane. But hey, it's all about who handles the turns better and keeps the momentum. Place your bets wisely. Alright folks, the race is underway at Circuit du Va with that tricky chicane. Sovi is starting on pole, driving a classic 1968 Lola T190 in the Formula 5000 class. Let's see if old school tech can hold off these modern machines. Sovi has shot off the line to take the lead. Inga McCringleberry is holding second place, just ahead of Gina Jones in third. The pack is still settling in, but Sovi is already trying to stretch that lead. Dietertz and Gina Jones are nose to tail for third place. Pedro Gamirasach and Dietertz are locked in a fierce fight for fourth. Chris Gopher just gained a spot and is now seventh. Chris Gopher and Amy are battling closely for sixth. Maya is on a roll, climbing to sixth place after overtaking 4 cars. Pippi Langstrom is right behind, also moving up 4 spots to 7th. Cherugamirasa is gaining ground, moving into 4th place. The race is heating up. The chicane is shaking up the order, causing some overtaking and bunching up the pack. Maya just gained a spot, moving into 6th place. Pippi Langstrom is also climbing up into 7th. Dietertz is sneaking into 8th. Looks like the race is heating up. Scott Dixon is closing in on D Fizzards, now just 8.6 seconds behind. Pippi Langstrumpf is gaining on me, shrinking the gap to 1.1 seconds. Pippi and I are nose to nose for 6th place. The chicane is definitely shaking things up, causing some overtakes and bunching up the field. Expect more drama as drivers navigate the tight corners. Pippi Langstrumpf is on a roll, climbing 8 places to take the lead. Sophie and Pippi are nose to nose for the top spot now. Sophie is now in 1st place, pulling ahead with a solid lead. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to 2nd, closing the gap. Amy is closing in on Pippi Langstrumpf, but still a bit of a distance to make the move. Cheryl Gamersack is leading in the car class with a 1969 Legrand Mark 11 and a fastest lap of 1:10.161. Looks like they're making a solid push at the front. Gina Jones just sneaked into 2nd place. Cheryl Gamersack is hot on her heels, claiming 3rd. Diverts is closing in on me, shrinking the gap by over 1.5 seconds. Looks like a chase is brewing. Diverts is holding the fastest lap and is in 4th place. Looks like he's got the pace to challenge for the top spots if he keeps it up. Gina Jones is climbing to 2nd place. Cheryl Gamersack is also moving up to 3rd. Chris Gopher is now in 4th. Looks like a tight race behind the leaders. Amy is pushing hard with the fastest lap, but he's still 6 places behind. Let's see if he can make a move before the checkered flag. Chris Gopher is now in 4th place. Maya has also moved up to 5th. Davids is close behind in 6th. The battle for the top spots is heating up. Cheryl Gamersack just made a bold move and is now in 1st place. Sophie and Zach are nose to tail fighting for the lead. Zoe is now in 1st place. Gina Jones has moved up to 2nd. Chris Gopher is in 3rd. The race is heating up. Cheryl Gamersack is in 5th place, driving a 1969 Legrand Mark 11. Their fastest lap is a 1:10.161. So they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Scott Dixon is closing in on D Fizzards, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Noel for Life is gaining on Amy, closing in by 1.4 seconds. Wow, Sophie just took the victory. Looks like someone's got the speed and the chicane skills to win the day. Well done. Wow. Sophie took the checkered flag. Big congratulations to you. That was an impressive race, and you certainly earned that win. Now for the drivers vying for a prize. Amy, you pulled off the fastest lap, so you get to claim the 1968 Surtees TS Fat Dardil. Nice job. Make sure you give it a good home. For this track, I would focus mostly on agility and handling. Macau Guia is notorious for its tight corners and narrow streets, so a car that can maneuver sharply and maintain control at low speeds would have the upper hand. Acceleration and braking are also crucial because of the frequent chicanes and quick hairpin turns. Top speed isn't as important here compared to a circuit with long straightaways because patience and precision are key to avoiding those pesky barriers. Overall, a nimble vehicle that feels like it's glued to the road would be ideal for conquering Macau's challenging layout. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, time is running out. Make your choice before we start the race or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Don't say I didn't warn you. Ooh, this is quite the throwback showdown. The Nissan Skyline R31 GT SR is known for its solid performance and rear-wheel drive, which can be helpful on tight corners like those at Macau. Meanwhile, the Ford Escort ICE Turbo, although smaller and lighter, might have a bit more agility but could struggle with top-end speed against the Skyline. Given the track's mix of sharp turns and fast straights, I'd say the Nissan Skyline might have a slight edge because of its power and stability. But don't count out the Escort, it could surprise us with some nimble moves. Who do you guys think will take the checkered flag? Alright everyone, the race is underway at the famous Macau Gia track. Leading the pack on pole is the NW for Life crew, zooming in with a classic 1978 Saab 99 Turbo. This ought to be interesting. Let's see if vintage charm can keep up with modern speed. The race kicks off with Mew for Life leading the pack, followed closely by Sovi in second. I'm holding down third place, but don't get too comfortable. The order could change faster than you can blink. Pippi Langstrump is making a bold move, climbing 3 positions to reach 13. Sovi is holding strong at the front, gaining 1 spot to take the lead. And I am inching closer, moving up 1 spot to second place. Maya is closing in on. Sovi looks like a real race for the lead. Knavling just sneaked into the top 10. Vehiper 7 and Rondom 69 are neck and neck for 11th place. This is getting interesting. Maya just overtook someone to take the lead. Gina Jones is closing in on the top 3. Yasmin 96 and Mr. Roche are nose to nose for 8th place. Gate is closing in on Amy fast enough to make her sweat. Yasmin 196 is climbing up to 8th place, making a nice little jump. Popcorn Slayer is creeping up to 14th, slowly but surely. Sophie is now just a second behind Maya and gaining fast. Popcorn Slayer has climbed 1 spot to 13. Frankenbalz is closing in on Famaka, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Rondon 69 is driving a 1986 Ford Escort R S Turbo. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Popcorn Slayer is closing in on Pippi Langstrump and has cut the gap by 1.5 seconds. Storyforge has moved up 1 spot to take 15th place. La Croissant 1980 and Storyforge are now battling it out for 15th position. La Croissant 1980 is climbing up to 15th place. Ingo McCringleberry is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Ingo McCringleberry is gaining fast on Scott Dixon, now just over 5 seconds behind. Frankenbalz is closing in on Famaka, closing the gap to less than 2 seconds. The two are locked in a fierce fight for 18th place. Gina Jones is closing in on Sophie, cutting the gap by 2.6 seconds. Sherugamerezach is climbing up to 4th place. Amy is also moving up to 6th place. Yasmin 196 and Serkaminkiat are neck and neck for 7th place. The Hyper 7 just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th. Pippi Langstrump also moved up 1 spot, claiming 11th. Sophie is creeping closer to Maya with a 1.2 second gain. Yasmin 196 is climbing up to 7th place. Mr. Rush is narrowing the gap on Cirque Gaming Gate by 1.1 seconds. Mr. Roche is holding 8th place, so he's in a decent spot for the showdown. Rondon 69 is in 10th, so he's got some ground to make up. Looks like Mr. Roche might have the edge if they stay steady. Storyforge is gaining on Naveling, closing the gap to just over a second. Frankenbuds is also making moves, getting closer to Rondon 69 by a second. Naveling is now just a second behind Popcorn Slayer. Scott Dixon is gaining on Frankenbalz, closing the gap by over a second. Amy is driving a Mitsubishi Galant VR4. Same as me. She's currently in 6th place, so she's holding her ground but not making any big moves yet. Gina Jones is gaining on Sophie, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Storyforge is also creeping up on Naveling, same gap reduction. Looks like a couple of battles shaping up. Pippi Langstrump just overtook someone to take the 10th place. The Hyper 7 and Pippi Langstrump are nose to nose for that spot. Storyforge is closing in on the top 15. The Heber 7 is climbing up to 10th place. Storyforge is catching up to Popcorn Slayer, closing the gap by over a second. U20 plays is chipping away at La Croissant, 1980, getting closer by nearly 2 seconds. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. Clearly you're the fastest of them all. Wow, what a fantastic win! Congratulations, Maya. You must be feeling on top of the world right now. That was an incredible race. Can't wait to see what you do next. If I had to pick one of these cars, I would probably go with the 2019 Ferrari 488 GT4. It has a reputation for being quick and agile on the track. The other cars are solid, but the Ferrari's proven performance and track record make it a strong favorite. Plus, it looks pretty sleek, so it might even distract the competition a little. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time. Don't miss out on the chance to see your chosen vehicle take the wheel, and maybe just maybe dominate the race. Get those selections in before it's too late. Alright, so we've got new for life with that fancy 2014 Lotus Evora GX GT4, which is known for its agility and sporty handling, and HP Lootcraft, with the somewhat older but respectable 26 Panos Esperant GT4, which might have a bit of weight on its side. Honestly, the Lotus generally has the edge in the handling department thanks to its lighter build and sporty design. The Panos is sturdy, but might lag a little behind in overall speed and maneuverability. So I'd put my chips on New for Life to take this one home. But hey, stranger things have happened in AI racing. Who do you think will come out ahead? Alright folks, The race is underway at Alice Track, and leading the pack is Pippi Langstrup in a 2008 KTM Crossbow GT4. She's got the pole position, so let's see if she can hold on to that lead or if the others are going to catch up. The race kicks off with Pippi Langstrup taking the lead, followed closely by me in second place and New for Life in third. Looks like a tight battle already. HP Lootcraft is now in third place, climbing up one spot. Amy has moved up to fifth place, also gaining one position. Scott Dixon is in eighth place, inching forward. The battle for seventh place between Scott Dixon and Hingle McCringleberry looks tight. No clear winner yet. AK-77 is climbing to ninth place. Squat Bender and Trash Crashton are locked in a close fight for 12. Cloudy is advancing to 14. Cloudy advances one spot to take the 13th place. Nar Pinkwolf climbs 2 spots to reach the 17th place. Mayor Pinkwolf and Rosigold Gaming are locked in a close fight for the 16th place. Amy just overtook someone to move into fourth place. Life and Amy are still nose to nose for that spot. Zademuji Amaze is climbing steadily, now in 17. Oskzarot is in a Volvo C30, a small hatchback, not exactly built for speed, but probably having some fun. They're currently in the 19th spot, so they're just trying to stay out of trouble, and maybe pick off a few cars ahead. ECAR-77 is inching closer to Scott Dixon, just 1.3 seconds behind. Scott Dixon is trying to hold off Hingle McCringleberry, who is now 1.2 seconds ahead. The battle for 8th place is heating up with those two racing neck and neck. The track seems to favor the KTM Expos with their consistent pace, but the Subaru Imprezas are hanging in there, maybe just enough grip to stay competitive. Body Notes is trying to hold off New for Life for 5th place. AK-77 and Gina Jones are neck and neck for 9th. No one giving an inch so far. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 5th place. Gina Jones is closing in on Scott Dixon and has chipped away at the gap by 1.2 seconds. Gina and Scott are nose to tail for 8th place. HP Lootcraft is now in 2nd place. Scott Dixon has climbed to 6th. ECAR-77 has moved up to 8th. ECAR-77 is driving a 2018 Ford Mustang GT4. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Looks like a quiet race for now. Amy just overtook someone to move into 3rd place. Maya is right behind, looking for a way past. This is getting interesting. Scott Dixon is on a roll, taking the lead from 5 cars in a flash. Pippi Langstrumpf and Scott Dixon are nose-to-tail fighting for the top spot. Icar 77 is closing in on N-Body Notes, cutting the gap by a second. Pippi Langstrumpf is now in first place. HP Lootcraft has moved into second. Amy is climbing up to third. Looks like a tight race at the front. Juana Baquito is driving a 2007 Seat Leon TDI. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, sitting in the 18th spot. Not much action happening around them so far. Wow, Pippi Langstrumpf just won the race. Looks like even the fastest need to step aside for her. Congratulations. Wow, what an incredible finish. Congratulations to Pippi Langstrumpf for winning the race. You absolutely crushed it. And a big shout out to Amy for the most overtakes. Talk about aggressive driving. Amy, you can claim the 28 KTM Crossbow GT4T. Nice work everyone, this race just keeps getting more exciting. Sure thing. Did you know that the Autodromo Riccardo Paletti track was named after a young racing driver who tragically lost his life in a crash during a Formula One race? The track is actually a tribute to his bravery and passion for racing. It's like a little reminder that even in the world of high-speed thrills, safety and respect are always key. Now let's see if our AI races can do justice to such a legendary track. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your ride yet, now's the time. Just a little heads up, the countdown is almost up, so get those choices in before it's too late. Don't make me choose a clunker for you. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. We've got New for Life and a Peugeot 405 from 1993, which is a classic, but definitely not the speed demon of the bunch. On the other hand, Gina Jones is behind the wheel of a Volvo 850 Estate from 1994, which is more about comfort and cargo space than racing prowess. Given the car's specs, I'd put my money on New for Life for a bit more agility and a sharper cornering ability. The Peugeot might be more nimble and better suited for a race like this. Gina's Volvo might be reliable but probably a bit too heavy and sluggish to stay competitive here. So, I think New for Life has the edge, but anything can happen in AI races. Let's see if the Volvo can surprise us with some endurance or strategy. Alright folks, the race has kicked off at the Autodromo Riccardo Paletti. Leading the pack is a Wildreno in a classic 1998 Alfa Romeo 156 GTA. Let's see if that old school charm can hold off the newer contenders. El Wildreno has shot off the line to take the lead. Scott Dixon is holding strong in second place. I am currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Scott Dixon is now in first place. Annex Zagarax has moved up to sixth. Pippi Langstrom and Silhouette are nose to nose for seventh. Maya and a Wildreno are nose to tail for second place. Sovi just snuck into seventh, inching past someone. Pippi Langstrom and Sovi are trading paint for seventh. Looks like a real bumper car situation. Hingo Mikringleberry is climbing up to 10th place. Justanev is making a move to 18. Looks like some early gains. Leonard is closing in on Oljeg Swolfi, now just 1 second behind. Violetta Mama has moved up 1 spot to 21st. Zupersigi and Violetta Mama are nose to nose for 21st place. Gary 710 just gained 1 spot and is now in 24th place. AP Adope and Gary 17 are nose to nose fighting for that same position. Wildreno is leading the race in a 1998 Alfa Romeo 156 GTA. It looks smooth so far, holding on to the top spot with no signs of trouble. More for Life is driving a 1993 Peugeot 405 with a Group N class. They're currently in 10th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Justin Eddy is driving a 1986 Audi Quattro A2 and is currently in 21st place. The race seems to be a bit of a struggle for them with a lot of cars ahead. Pippi Langstrom is driving a 1993 Renault 19.2. They're currently in 8th place and have the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're pushing hard. Yama Priest is gaining ground on Bjorn Art, closing the gap by over a second. They are locked in a close fight for the 18th spot. Pippi Langstrom is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still behind the leaders. He needs to find a way to overtake soon if he wants to challenge for the top. Silhouette is climbing up to 5th place. Move for Life is chipping away at Pippi Langström's lead, closing in by over a second. Justenet Viv and Oaks Wolfie are nose-to-nose for 16. Wilder and Scott Dixon are nose-to-tail for the lead. Sylvie just overtook someone to grab 6th place. Pippi Langström is also climbing up, now 7. Things are heating up at the front. Gina Jones is driving a Volvo 850 Estate from 1994. She's currently in the 12th position, struggling a bit with a lap time of over 1:20. Not quite the pace to catch the leaders. Amy just took 3rd place. Sylvie and Silhouette still neck and neck for 5th. Pippi Langström is closing in on Sylvie fast, cutting the gap by over a second. Gina Jones is gaining on Sasatura, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Ragu is inching closer to NR Pinkwolf, shaving off 1.3 seconds. Yama Priest is climbing up to 16th place, making moves through the pack. Bjornar is climbing nicely to 16th place. Sinyahima is making a move to 17. Violetta Mama is also advancing to 18. Looks like a little push from behind. Move for Life and Pippi Langström are nose-to-tail for 7th place. Gina Jones just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th. Sasatura and Gina Jones are also fighting hard for 10th place. Wilderino and Scott Dixon are nose-to-tail for the lead. Life just sneaked into 7th place. Move for Life and Sylvie are locked in a close fight for 6th. Starbix is closing in on Frag Out, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Gina Jones is climbing up to 9th place. Amy just moved up 1 spot to 2nd. Well, look at that. Scott Dixon just took the checkered flag. Guess he's back to remind everyone he's still got it. Congratulations! Wow! Scott Dixon really took the checkered flag in style. Congrats to him on that impressive win. Now, let's talk about the drivers who can claim some sweet rides. Gina Jones, you snagged the fastest lap, so that 1994 Volvo 850 Estate from BTC is yours. Nice work showing off those skills. And to New for Life, you won the bet race, meaning you get that classic 1993 Peugeot 405 from BTC. Well done. This race just keeps getting better. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the Red Bull Racing RB18. It's known for its exceptional speed and handling. especially on a track like the Daimler Test Track circuit. It's like the overachiever in the group, always pushing the limits. The Mercedes W13 could be a close contender, but the Red Bull has just been a little more aggressive this season. The others are all impressive in their own right, but when it comes to racing on a circuit that demands precision and speed, the Red Bull usually comes out ahead. Well, this is quite the matchup. Drew Falsa is behind a Mercedes W13, which is known for its balanced handling and quick acceleration. Amy, on the other hand, is in an Alpine of 522 that's got some serious speed, but maybe a tad less consistent. Based on just the cars, I'd probably put my money on Drew Falsa, since Mercedes has been known for its strong performance and reliability on this track. But hey, AI might surprise us all, right? It's all about who makes the least mistakes and keeps that throttle down. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at the Daimler Test Track. Scott Dixon is on pole position, cruising in a 2022 Red Bull Racing RB18. Looks like he's got a great start, but let's see if anyone can catch him. The race kicks off with LXHHLX leading the pack, followed closely by Scott Dixon in second place, and Direct Official holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. New for Life and Direct Official are still neck and neck for third place. Radicero Activa Vixen just gained one spot and is now 7th. Sofik is also climbing up, taking 9th. Sofik and I are now battling for 8th, so expect some close moves ahead. Hingham Kringleberry's car is a Ferrari F175. Looks like they're stuck in 11th place and not making much progress. Gina Jones is driving an Aston Martin AMR22. She's currently in 15th place, so it looks like her race is a bit of a struggle so far. New for Life is currently in 4th place with a Ferrari F175. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any dramatic moves yet. Gina Jones is driving the Aston Martin AMR22, currently in 15th place. Looks like she's holding her own but not quite making moves yet. Hingham Kringleberry is driving a Ferrari F175. Looks like they're stuck in 11th place, probably fighting to move up but not quite making it yet. Radicero Activa Vixen is in 8th place, driving a Williams FW4044. Looks like she's holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Maya is currently in 8th place, driving the Red Bull Racing RB18. Looks like she's holding her own, but no real overtaking yet. The race seems pretty tight at the front. Dovi is driving the Haas VF22, which is known for its tricky handling and inconsistent performance. Looks like Sovi is holding steady in 6th place, so maybe the car's not too bad today. Druofals is driving a Mercedes Datinon. Looks like they're holding a middle-of-the-pack position, but no signs of overtaking or falling behind yet. Alexia AX Natit is leading in a 2022 Alpine, a 522. Their fastest lap is a solid one, 29.064. Looks like they're holding the pace well and staying ahead of the pack. Sovi is driving the Haas VF22 and is currently in 6th place. Their fastest lap is just under 129, so they're holding a decent pace, but not quite challenging the top. Looks like they're keeping it steady. Numvu for life is holding the fastest lap but is stuck in 5th. Looks like he's saving some pace for a late push or just enjoying the view from the middle of the pack. The track's tight corners and quick straights are favoring the Red Bulls and Ferraris, but the Alpine and Alfa Romeo are hanging in there. Overtakes are tricky, so it's all about precision here. Sufi is driving a Ferrari F175, starting from 10th and currently in 9th. Their fastest lap is just over 128.7. So they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Looks like they're hanging in there, maybe waiting for a late push. The F1 2022 cars are pretty evenly matched here, but the track's tight corners and straightaways are favoring those with better acceleration and handling. The Red Bulls and Alpines are leading, probably thanks to their balance. Celestia Linari is racing in a blue and white AlphaTauri. They are currently in the 10th place, struggling a bit with the pace, as their fastest lap is nearly a second slower than the leaders. Scott Dixon is leading the race in the Red Bull Racing RB18. His fastest lap is slightly quicker than the current leaders, so he's showing some serious pace. Looks like he's trying to extend that gap. Wow! LXEXE Tech took the checkered flag. Huge congratulations to them. They really drove like they had a rocket strapped to their vehicle. Now, for those of you who are eyeing some sweet rides, Pippi Langstrumpf, you snagged the fastest lap. That means you can claim the 2022 Mercedes W13. Nice work! Who will be next to claim a car? Stay tuned! Sure. Did you know that the Sitges Terramar track is actually one of the oldest racing circuits in Spain? It dates back to the 1920s, and has seen everything from early racing cars to modern AI-driven vehicles. It's like a historic playground where tradition meets the future of racing. Quite the place to watch cars battle it out, don't you think? Oh wow. This is a classic showdown between two American giants. The Dodge Ram and the Chevrolet Silverado are both tough trucks. But in a race like this, I'd say it comes down to the handling and speed. The Dodge Ram, with its slightly more aerodynamic shape, might have a tiny edge in the speed department. But the Silverado is known for its durability and steady performance. Honestly, I'd put my chips on a Cirone in the Dodge, mainly because it just looks faster and more aggressive. But then again, these AI drivers can surprise us, so it's anyone's game. Who do you think has the better chance to take the victory? Alright everyone. The race is kicking off at the beautiful Sitges Terramar track. Drewfals is sitting comfortably on pole, cruising in a 2011 Chevrolet Silverado. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead. Zofik has taken an early lead, with Drewfals close behind in second. Daisy Shanks is holding on to third, but expect some action to shake things up soon. Amy just made a smooth move to 8th place. Drewfals and Zofik are still neck and neck at the front. Hingle Mekringelberry has climbed to third and is now chasing Drewfals for second. Max Pirelli's climbing up to 5th place. Daisy and Max Pirelli are nose to nose for 4th. Tangadaki TTV and Max Pirelli are also locked in a close fight for 5th. Tangadaki TTV and Max Pirelli are nose to tail for 5th place. Gina Jones and Tangadaki TTV are trading paint for 6th. Scott Dixon and Gina Jones are also locked in a close fight for 7th. Tangadaki TTV is holding on to the 5th place, but Max Pirelli is applying pressure. Amy and Scott Dixon are still neck and neck for 8th, and I am battling Amy for 9th. But she's not making it easy. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th place. Amy and Gina Jones are nose to tail for 7th. Pippi Langstrom and I are locked in a close fight for 10th. Tupizenda podcast is climbing nicely into the top 10. Maya and Tupizenda podcast are nose to nose for that 10th spot. Senior Flip Flop Horner 102,020 and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a close fight for 12th. Scott Dixon is now in 8th place, inching closer to the top. Amy and Scott are still neck and neck for 8th position. Noel for Life is climbing up to 14th place, making some progress. Scott Dixon is trying to hold off Amy, who's closing in fast. Amy just made a clean move and is now in 8th place. Scott Dixon is not giving up that easily though. Bonoan Taos in 1857 is driving a Chevrolet Silverado, which is known for its durability, but not necessarily for speed. They're currently in the 16th place, struggling a bit with the pace, as their fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders. Wow, Sufik really took the lead and claimed victory. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Well done on the win, champion. Wow! Zofik took the victory. Congratulations on crushing that race. Well earned. And look at this, Maya with the fastest lap. You've earned yourself a 2011 Dodge Ram. Nice work setting the pace. New for life. You also won the bet race. That means you get yourself a 2011 Chevrolet Silverado. Great job clinching that win. Everyone's got a prize today. This is way better than an arcade game. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering ability, since the Deutschlandring has those tricky curves and sharp turns that require precise control. Speed is important, but if the car can't handle those corners, it's all for nothing. Acceleration and braking also play key roles, because quick response times can make or break your lap times here. So overall, a car that's nimble and responsive would be my top choice for conquering this track. Oh, this is a tough one. The 2016 ADES-03. Nissan sounds like a pretty sleek machine, with some modern updates that could give it an edge, especially on a tricky track like Deutschlandring. Meanwhile, the 2011 Zytek Z11 Sen is no slouch either. But it's definitely a few years older, which might show in agility and speed. I'd say Darigo's car probably has the upper hand here, but you never know with AI driving. It's going to be fun to see whether newer tech really pays off, or if New for Life's experience with the Zytek pulls off a surprise. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the Deutschlandring, and Hingle McCringleberry is on pole position, piloting a 2015 Onroque Ligier JSP3. Let's see if he can hold that lead or if the others will catch up. Hingle McCringleberry has taken the lead right out of the gate. Pippi Langstrup is holding strong in second place. Gina Jones is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Anno Niasninity 3 is climbing fast, now in 17th place after overtaking 3 cars. Gina Jones and Pippi Langstrup are nose to nose for second place. New for Life is inching up to 5th after gaining 1 spot. New for Life and Daragaz are locked in a close fight for 4th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 2nd place. I see. Maya is making a move to 6th. The real drama is between Maya and New for Life, fighting for 5th. Who will blink first? Darigos and Pippi Langstrom are nose to tail for third place. Scott Dixon has gained one spot and is now in sixth. Dixon and Move for Life are also locked in a close fight for fifth. Gina Jones just took the lead, claiming the top spot. Pippi Langstrom is right behind her, trying to keep up. Darigos is closing in, moving up to third. Looks like a tight battle for the podium. Sophie just sneaked into ninth place. T-Bone is inching closer to Amy, closing the gap by a second and a half. Siraria is climbing up to 14th, making moves through the pack. Pippi Langstrom is leading the race, and in 2011, Zaitelian SN looks like they're holding the pace well and maintaining the top spot. Sophie is now in 8th place. Mist Platinum and Sophie are nose to tail for 8th. Siraria is cutting down the distance to Ear Special by 1.2 seconds. The track's tight corners and technical sections are favoring the skilled drivers and those with good handling cars. Overtakes are tricky, so positioning early is paying off. Scott Dixon is driving a 2010 Orica FL9. He's currently in 6th place and hasn't set a fastest lap yet. Looks like he's just hanging around for now. Scott Dixon has climbed 2 spots to take 3rd place. Darigos and Dixon are nose to tail for that same position. Imis Platinum is closing in on Sophie, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. The fight for 8th place is heating up between Just Platinum and Sophie. Scott Dixon is closing in on Pippi Langstrom, closing the gap by 2 seconds. No for Life is catching Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Amy is closing in on Just Platinum, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Amy and Just Platinum are in a tight battle for 9th place. Scott Dixon and Pippi Langstrom are nose to nose for 2nd place. Aspatial is climbing up to 12th. Grampy Yurf is inching closer to the top 20, now in 19th. Darigos is on fire, climbing to 1st place after overtaking 3 cars. Hingle McCringleberry is not far behind, also making a move to 2nd. No for Life is charging up, grabbing 3rd after a similar surge. Looks like a tight battle at the front. Maya is now in 4th place, climbing 1 spot. Sophie has moved up to 5th, also gaining 1 spot. Amy has made a bigger jump up to 6th place, moving 2 spots forward. Anexagarex is in 18th place with a 2010 Aston Martin Vantage GT4. Looks like they're hanging in there but not making much progress. Just Platinum is climbing to 6th place. Anexagarex is narrowing the gap to Anonymous Ninity 3 by 1.3 seconds. Yes, 996 is gaining on Anaxagorax, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. They are battling for 15th place. Gina Jones is making a move on Solid Showdown. Anyone? Shrinking the distance significantly. Well, look at that. Derrigaus just crossed the finish line first. Congratulations on the win. I guess the race was just waiting for you to show up? Wow. Derrigaus really pulled off a fantastic win. Congratulations to them for taking the victory. Well done. And a special shout out to Zovi for the impressive performance with the most overtakes. Zovi, you've earned yourself a 2017 ORMA M30 LMP3. Nice work claiming that prize. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 1954 Mercedes-Benz W196 would probably take the win. It's a time-tested legend from the era of Formula One, known for its impressive engineering and speed. Plus, on a circuit like Zagalices, which I imagine has some twists and turns, its balance and experience would give it a pretty good edge. Of course, the other classics are no slouches, but the 196's reputation for dominance in its day makes it my favorite pick to come out on top. Hey everyone, the clock's ticking down fast. Make your pick before the time runs out or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Don't miss your chance to choose the fastest, slowest, or just the most bizarre car on the track. Hurry up! Ooh, this is a classic showdown. The 1960B RMP48 is a beast with a bit more modern edge than the Cooper T43. But the Cooper's got that vintage charm, and maybe a trick or two up its sleeve. Honestly, the BRM might have the speed and handling advantage on this circuit. But you never know. Sometimes the old school car surprises us. I'm leaning towards the BRM taking the win, but don't count out the Cooper. It's all about who can master the curves and keep it smooth. Who are you rooting for? Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at the Circuito Sagalices. And Amy's leading the pack from pole position, driving a classic 1950 Ferrari 375 F1. Looks like she's got the early advantage, so let's see if she can hold on to it, or if the others will catch up. Amy is leading the race right now. Derek Official is in second place trying to catch up. Scott Dixon is in third, but not for long if they keep this pace. Gliding Penguin is on a roll, climbing to 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Paparazzi is making steady progress, now in 7th. Door Rogue is also moving up, now in 9th after gaining 1 spot. Frankenbuzz is climbing up to 4th place. Paparazzi and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close fight for 6th. Gina Jones is pushing up to 9th. Paparazzi is climbing up to 6th place. Tyre is making his way to 10th. Looks like some steady progress. Paparazzi is dropping like a stone to 16th place. Ingo McCringleberry is climbing to 6th. Sovi is moving into 7th. Sovi is driving a Lotus 12 from 1958, currently in 7th place. Looks like the car is holding steady, but no real moves yet. Pippi Langström is charging through the field, now in 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Inge McCringleberry has climbed 1 spot to 6th. Sovi has also gained 1 position, now in 7th. The race is heating up. Derek Official is driving a Ferrari 125 F1 from 1950. Looks like they're holding a solid 2nd place, probably enjoying the view from behind Amy. Maya is currently in 16th place with the 1950 BRM Type 15. Looks like a solid start, but no real moves yet. The car's known for its classic design, but it might need some overtaking skills to climb up. Amy is leading the race in a Ferrari 375 F1, starting from pole position. They're maintaining a solid pace with the fastest lap of 21.79, and seem to be in control at the moment. Sophie is driving the Lotus 12 from 1958. They're currently in 7th place and seem to be holding steady, but their lap time suggests they might be struggling to keep up with the leaders. Scott Dixon is driving a 1955 Bugatti Type 251. He's currently in 3rd place and has the 3rd fastest lap of the race. His race looks steady but not quite challenging for the lead. Rogue is gaining on Pippi Langström, closing the gap by 1 second. Gliding Penguin and Rogue are nose to tail for 11th place. T-Bone is driving a 1960B RMP-48, which is known for its innovative design and powerful engine. Their race seems to be struggling a bit, currently in 16th place with the slowest lap of 1 minute 25 seconds. Dar Rogue and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a tight fight for 10th place. Maya is closing in on New for life, cutting the gap down to just under 2 seconds. Gina Jones is closing in on Sophie, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Gliding Penguin is climbing up 1 spot to 11. Scott Dixon is driving a 1955 Bugatti Type 251, currently in 3rd place. His fastest lap is a 1:22.474, which is decent but not quite enough to challenge the leaders. The race seems competitive with him holding a solid position. Wow, Amy, you really took the checkered flag. Looks like all those laps paid off. Well done. Wow, Amy really pulled off a fantastic win. Congrats on the victory, you definitely earned it. As for Sophie, you snagged the fastest lap, so the 1958 Lotus 12 F1 1950 is all yours. Well done to both. Sure thing. A fun fact about the NASCAR cars from 1970 is that they were quite the muscle machines, often sporting massive V8 engines that could put out over 400 horsepower. It was like watching roaring beasts on wheels, and back then, safety wasn't as fancy as today, so those races were as much about bravery as they were about speed. Just imagine the kind of adrenaline those drivers must have had. This should be interesting. Amy in the AMC Matador is known for being a bit unconventional with a focus on comfort rather than speed. Willow Shrub in the Mercury Cyclone has a reputation for muscle and raw power, especially back in the day. Given that they're both from 1971, it's really a battle of the stable muscle versus the more laid-back classic. My bet is that Willow Shrub's Mercury Cyclone might have the edge because of its muscle car roots and potential for higher top speeds. Although Amy's car might surprise us with cunning handling, I'd put my chips on Willow Shrub taking the checkered flag this time. Alright everyone. The race is kicking off at Kazan Ring, and Amy is starting on pole in a classic 1971 AMC Matador. No pressure, Amy, just a tiny vintage beast ready to impress. Let's see if she can hold that lead. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Willow Shrub in second and Ashamriton in third. Looks like the front runners are already setting the pace. Hingle McCringleberry is making a strong push, now in 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Vargala Svet is climbing fast, moving up 4 spots to 15. Ashen Ayrton is gaining ground, just 1 spot behind in 2nd. Vasidnis Artwill is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to reach the 16th place. Imus Gordon is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to take 4th. Looks like Maya and Imus Gordon are locked in a fierce duel for the 4th position. Yaki Raman just overtook someone to take 7th place. Anak Zagarex is climbing to 16th, inching closer to the pack. Big Boy Betts is making moves to 19th, not giving up yet. Sinyahima just overtook someone to move up to 5th place. Looks like she's not holding back. Maya and Sinyahima are nose to tail for 5th. Scott Dixon and Rosagul Gaming are locked in a close fight for 20th. Scott Dixon is climbing to 20th place. Rosagul Gaming and Dixon are nose to nose for that spot. Sovi is also on the move, now in 22nd place. Maya advances to 5th place. Layum climbs to 7th. Layum and Senyahima are nose to nose for 6th. Lium is climbing up to 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry is also moving up to 9th. Hingle McCringleberry and Yakaraman are nose to nose for 8th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 8th place. New for Life is making a move to 15th. Sohi and Rosagul Gaming are locked in a close fight for 20th. Zademoji Jamis just gained a spot, and is now in 10th place. Lulu and Vargala Set are still locked in that close fight for 14th. Zoe is climbing up 1 position to 20. Zademoji Jamis advances to 9th place. Quiz 44 is closing in on Pippi Langstrom, shrinking the gap by 1.7 seconds. Anak Zagarex climbs to 15th place. Imus Gordon is now in 3rd place. Maya is gaining on Willow Shrub, cutting the distance by over a 2nd and a 3rd. Zademoji Jamis is inching closer to Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by a full 2nd. Maya is closing in on Willow Shrub, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Big Boy Betts has moved up 1 spot to take 17th. Alex Hasnobrain is also up 1 spot to 23rd. Amy is comfortably leading with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless something dramatic happens. Gina Jones just nudged forward to 15th place. Alex Zagarax and Gina are nose to tail for that same spot. Alex Hasnobrain and Rosagul Gaming are locked in a close fight for 22nd. Alex Zagarax is climbing up to 15th place. Gina Jones and Alex Zagarax are nose to nose for that spot. Scott Dixon and Big Boy Betts are also locked in a close fight for 17th place. Ashen Ayrton is now in 1st place. Amy and Ashianriton are still battling for the lead. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to 8th place. Zadamojijames just sneaked into 8th place. Zenyahima and Zadamojijames are nose-to-nose for 8th. Yakiraman is closing the gap on Pippi Langstrom by 1.2 seconds. They are now in a tight duel for 10th. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Leo, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Yakiraman has climbed 2 spots and is now in 9th. Quiz 44 is narrowing the distance to Vargala Set, cutting it down by over 2 seconds. Congratulations to Ashianriton on winning the race at Kazan Ring. Looks like they really took the checkered flag with style. Well done! Wow, congratulations to Ashianriton for taking the checkered flag? That was an impressive display of racing skill. Now, for the drivers who can claim a car, Amy, you absolutely crushed it on the fastest lap. So you're in luck. You get to claim the classic 1971 AMC Matador from NASCAR 1970. Nice work! Sure. The 1968 Lotus 70 isn't actually a real model, but it sounds like a mix-up or a fictional creation. If you meant a Lotus model from around that era, the Lotus 49 was a legendary car from 1967, famous for introducing ground effect aerodynamics and the use of the Ford Cosworth DFV engine. It revolutionized racing design and helped Lotus secure their first Constructors' Championship. So in a playful way, you could say that if the Lotus 70 were real, it'd probably be trying to outshine that iconic predecessor. Alright, this is quite the vintage showdown. The Eagle Mark V from 1968 looks like it's ready to channel some classic racing spirit, but the Lotus 70 also has its charm with that sleek design. Both cars are from the same era, so it's really going to come down to the handling and maybe a little AI magic. If I had to pick, I'd lean toward the Lotus just because it's lightweight and known for agility. But hey, don't count out the Eagle. Sometimes old school has surprises up its sleeve. Let's see which one takes the checkered flag. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Hockenheimring Retro National, and look at this! Mutwolf is starting on pole in a classic 1968 Lotus 70 for the Formula 5000 class. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold off the pack. Mutwolf is leading the race, with Imdust Platinum right behind in second place. Alex Asnobrain is currently in third. trying to keep up. Alexas Nobrain is climbing to second place. Merchican Live is making a move to third place. Imbus Platinum and Merchican Live are nose to nose for third. Edzos 21 is climbing to 10th place. Sovi is also moving up to 13th. Gina Jones and Sovi are nose to tail for the 13th spot. Gina Jones and Sovi are neck and neck for 13th place. Billy is climbing up one spot to 20th place. Edie Leaf and Billy are locked in a close fight for 20th place. Trash Crashton is really having a rough time, dropping to 26th. Merchican Live and Alexas Nobrain are nose to nose for second place. Imbus Platinum and Merchican Live are fighting hard for third. Imbus Platinum is climbing to third place. Hingle McCringleberry is now in fifth. Rosie God Gaming and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for fifth place. Quiz 44 just overtook Mr. Roche, and now they are battling for 24th place. Quiz 44 is inching closer to the group ahead. Sovi is climbing up one spot to 12th place. Mr. Roche and Quiz 44 are locked in a close fight for 24th. Imbus Platinum is now in second place. Merchican Live has moved into third. Hingle McCringleberry is in fourth. The top four are closely packed. Trash Crashton is driving a 1968 Sir T S5 door. Their race looks pretty rough with a position at the back and no recorded lap time, so they might be struggling or just hanging in there. Maya is currently in 23rd place with a time of 1:11.482. Her car, a 1968 Surtees TS5, is not quite matching the pace of the leaders. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the front pack. Gary Seventon is driving a 1968 Surtees S5. He's currently in the 17th place, just behind the leaders, but with a decent lap time of 1:10.549. Looks like he's holding steady but not quite catching the front runners. Zovi and Akvaiti are nose to nose for 11th place. Quiz 44 just nudged up to 23rd. Mr. Roche is also climbing, now 24th. Sovi is climbing to 11th place. Gina Jones is now 12th. Gary 17 has moved into 15th. Go for Life is climbing up to 15th place. Billy is making his way to 19th place. Apex Milkbag is driving a Crossell 15F, a lightweight and nimble car. They're currently in the 17th place, with a decent lap time of 19.681, so they're holding their own but not quite challenging the top. Congratulations to Muttwolf on winning the race. Looks like they really knew how to steer their way to victory. Well done! Wow. Big congratulations to Mudville. They really showed those cars who's boss today. Now, for the drivers who can claim a car, Amy. You did the most overtakes out there. That's quite impressive. You get to claim the 1969 Le Grand Mark 11, a classic Formula 5000. Well done, everyone. This race was a blast to watch. Oh, a fun fact about the retro DTM racing cars is that they used to be known for their incredible sound. The engines roared like thunder, making every race feel like a symphony of speed. It's like listening to a rock concert but with cars instead of guitars. The cars from that era had a certain charm that modern vehicles just can't quite replicate. And honestly, it's one of the reasons fans still talk about them with such nostalgia. Alright, so we've got Pippi Langstrumpf behind a classic 1994 Mercedes C180 DTM, and strutting Jarl in a 1990 Mercedes 190 E Evo 2. Both cars have their charm but also their quirks. The Cone 180 DTM might have a slight edge in power because of its racing pedigree from that era. But the Evo 2 is known for its agility and sporty handling. Given these details, I'd say the race could go either way. But I'm leaning towards the 1994 Mercedes C180 DTM, taking it. It's a bit beefier, and might have the raw speed needed for those long straights. Still, the Evo 2's agility could help it make some clever moves around corners. So, my bet is on Pippi Langstrumpf to cross the finish line first, but I wouldn't be surprised if Jarl gives it a good fight. Welcome back, Butch Zero and Everlasting Apex. Glad to see you both back in the chat. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI racing action? Let's see if these cars can impress you today. Alright folks, Maya is starting on pole with the classic 1996 Alfa Romeo 155 TIV6. Looks like she's got the early lead, but let's see if these retro DTM cars can hold their ground. The race is on! Maya is leading the race right now, holding the first place. Ingo Kringleberry is right behind in second, and Sobi is in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Strutting Jarl advances to 6th place. Gina Jones also moves up to 7th. Pippi Langstrumpf and Gina are still neck and neck for 7th. Pippi Langstrumpf is now in 7th place, closing the gap with Gina Jones. Gina and Pippi are battling hard for 7th position. Atina CNC has moved up to 11th place, making some progress. Gina Jones and Pippi Langstrumpf are neck and neck for 7th place. Just Penchakes and Pani 3 are also locked in a close fight for 14th. Scott Dixon is climbing 2 spots and now sits in 7th place. Dixon and Strutting Jarl are nose-to-nose fighting for 6th. Nitsir Starks and Epic Sugar are locked in a close duel for 12th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 8th place. She's now right behind Scott Dixon, and they are battling for 7th. Pippi Langstrumpf is also close behind Gina, fighting for 8th. Things are getting tight in the mid-pack. Just Pankakis is climbing to 15th place. Giamaxiite is now in 21st. Giamaxiite and Zombush 86 are nose to tail for 20th. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios just moved up one spot to take the 15th place. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios and Mizerob Stocks are nose to nose for 14. Giamaxiite and Zombush 86 are locked in a close fight for 20th. Nitsarob Starks and Pani 3 are nose to nose for the 13th place. Just Panchakis is climbing up to 14th. Giamaxiite is making a move to 21st. Nitsarob Starks is climbing up to 13th place. Kasteflex is also moving up to 18th place. Iginarite and Kasteflex are nose to nose for that 18th spot. Iginarite just overtook one more car and is now in 18th place. Giamaxiite is right behind in 19th. Looks like a little push for those positions. Athena CNC is trying to hold off. Move for life. For 10th place. Just Panchakis is inching ahead of Pani 3 for 14th. Samun and Zombush 86 are locked in a close fight for 21st. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios and Just Pancakes are nose to nose for 15th place. Giamaxiite is inching up to take 18th. Iginarite and Giamaxiite are also fighting for 18th, so expect some fireworks there. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is climbing 2 spots to 14. Just Panchakis and Pani 3 are nose to nose for 15th. Giamaxiite is chipping away at Okinabaka, closing the gap by over a second. Just Panchakis is now in 15th place. Pani 3 and Just Pancakes are still neck and neck for that spot. Zombush 86 has climbed to 20th place. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is closing in on N0 Starks, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. They are locked in a tight battle for the 13th spot. Giamaxiite just gained one position and is now 17. Giamaxiite is climbing up to 16th place. Silhouette and Samun are nose to tail for 22nd. Nederop Starks is gaining on Epic Sugar, closing the gap by 1 second. Just Panchakis and Red 3 Boy Gaming Studios are locked in a fierce fight for the 14th spot. Josh Biosh is holding on to 4th place, but Amy is closing in fast. Giamaxiite and Just Pancakis are still neck and neck for 15th. No clear winner yet. Giamaxiite is racing a 1997 Citroen ZX in Group N. They're currently in the 16th position, so not quite making waves yet. Looks like a quiet race for now. Sophie is creeping up on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Gina Jones and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 7th place. Oginabaka just sneaked up one spot to 17. Wow, Maya, you really took the checkered flag. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on your victory. Congratulations to me for winning the race. I knew my AI driving skills would take the top spot. Now, for the other amazing drivers, Scott Dixon managed to do the most overtakes. So he gets to claim a sleek 1996 Opel Calibra DTM. And I, of course, scored the fastest lap. So I get to add a classic 1996 Alfa Romeo 155T IV6 to my virtual garage. What a race! Alright, here's a fun fact about the 2010 Maytag Ford GTG. 1. This car was built for racing, and has a pretty wild history in the GT1 class of endurance racing. What's really interesting is that even though it didn't have the biggest budget compared to some of its rivals, it managed to put up a pretty strong fight, and even scored some podium finishes. It's like the underdog story of the racing world, showing that with a bit of grit and good design, you don't always need a fortune to be competitive. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to jump in and make your choice. After this, the AI will take over and your chance to influence the race will be gone. So hustle up and get those selections in. Ooh, this is a fun matchup. Both of these cars are quite the beasts, but the TVR Speed 12 GTS from 1998 is known for its raw power and aggressive nature. Meanwhile, the Saleen 7R from 2004 brings a more modern design, with perhaps a bit more aerodynamic finesse. Given the track is Albi vintage, and considering the car's characteristics, I'd lean towards the Saleen S7R, because of its more advanced aerodynamics and handling capabilities, especially in a racing environment like this. But honestly, with AI driving, it's always a wild card. So, I'd say the Saleen has a slight edge, but don't count out the Teffer. It's got that unpredictable charm. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Albi Vintage, and leading the pack from the start is Dr. Monkey 13 and 1998 TV. R Speed 12 GTS. Looks like they've got the pole position with style. Let's see if they can keep that lead or if the others will catch up. Yogurina Miracles is leading the race, followed closely by Dr. Monkey 13 in second place. Prodigy Place 58 is currently in third, trying to keep up. Prodigy plays 58, and Dr. Monkey 13 are neck and neck for second place. Gina Jones and New for Life are locked in a close fight for 6th. Yamobius and Gina Jones are also battling it out for 7th. Gina Jones just snuck into 6th place. Yamobius and New for Life are nose-to-nose for 7th. Amy and Silver Kagan are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Scott Dixon is now in 4th place, climbing 1 spot. Amundsen has moved up to 8th place, also gaining 1 position. Amy and Silver Bee Gaming are locked in a close fight for 10th place. Dr. Monkey 13 is holding the lead, but Geogina Miracles is right behind, ready to pounce. It's a close fight, so expect some aggressive moves soon. Amundsen's car is a 24 Porsche Carrera GTR. Looks like they're holding steady in the top 10, but no real moves yet. Scott Dixon and Prodigy Place 58 are nose-to-tail fighting for 3rd place. Gina Jones and Feskies are also locked in a close duel for 5th. Scott Dixon is climbing to 3rd place. Gina Jones is now in 5th. Silver Gaming has moved into 9th. Amundsen just overtook someone to move up 1 spot into 7th place. New for Life and Amundsen are nose-to-nose for 7th. You and Yamobius are battling for 10th. Looks like a close one. Pippi Langstrom's Jaguar XK HET is running in 13th place with a decent lap time. Looks like she's holding her own, but might need a bit more push to climb higher. Amundsen just snuck past someone to take 7th place. The fight for 7th between New for Life and Amundsen looks intense. Amy and Yamobius are nose-to-tail for 10th. Hingle McCringleberry is inching closer to Amy in the fight for 11th place. They're nose-to-tail, no room for error. Geogina Miracles is leading and has the fastest lap. Looks like he's got the pace to stay ahead unless someone else steps up. Amy's car is a 23 Pagani Zonda GR, known for its stunning design and incredible sound. She's currently in the 13th place, hanging just behind the top dozen. Looks like she's holding her own but needs a bit more pace to move up. Amundsen just overtook someone to climb to 6th place. Feskies and Amundsen are nose-to-tail for that spot. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move, climbing to 10th. Amundsen is driving a 2004 Porsche Carrera GTR. They're currently in 6th place, hanging just behind the top 5. Looks like a steady race, but they might need a bit more speed to catch up. Silver Gaming advances to 7th place. Feskies is right behind in 8th. Hingle McCringleberry climbs to 9th. The fight for 7th is heating up. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 8th place. New for Life is catching up to 9th. Sylvie is sneaking into 10th. Looks like the pack is tightening up. Maya is now in 13th place, closing the gap. Mobius and Maya are battling hard for that position. Amy and Silver Pig Gang are still nose to nose for 11th. Congratulations to Geogina Miracles on winning the race at Albi Vintage. Clearly, they know how to steer to victory. Wow! Congratulations to Geognarkles for winning the race. That was an impressive display of driving skills. Gina Jones, you snagged the fastest lap, so you're now the proud owner of a 2009 Nissan GT or GT1. That's quite a beast to add to the garage. And Hingle Me Kringleberry, with the most overtakes, you get to claim a 1998 TVR Speed 12 GTS. That's a smooth move. Showed some real guts out there. Great job to both of you. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now is the time to get on it. The countdown is almost up. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI car will dominate the race. Make your choices quick before it's too late. Wow, those are some classic beasts. The Porsche 91730 Spider from 1973 is a legendary car, known for its incredible speed and dominance in the late 70s. It's practically a symbol of racing power. On the other hand, the Nissan R382 from 1969 is also a rare and impressive machine, but it's more of a historical marvel than a modern racing contender. Given the specs and the era they come from, I'd put my money on Amy's Porsche. It's got the edge in speed and agility, especially around a track like Red Bull Ring GP. But hey, with AI racing, sometimes the underdog surprises us. So I wouldn't count out the Nissan just yet. It's all about who can navigate those turns best and push the limits. Alright everyone, Kilo Juliette is taking the lead from pole on this gorgeous vintage 1969 Lola T260 in the Can-Am class. Looks like we've got some classic muscle out front, so stay tuned for some nostalgic racing action. Kilo Juliet Delta has taken an early lead, with Maya right behind in second place. Its Soror is holding on to third, but expect some action to shake things up soon. Axton Hits is climbing to third place. Scott Dixon is also moving up, now in fourth. Amy is making a strong push, now in 5th after jumping 2 spots. Balsamic Ventura 83 is on a roll, overtaking 16 cars to take the lead. Neotexum is climbing fast, moving up 3 spots to 20. Kilo Juliet Delta and Balsamic Ventura 183 are nose to nose for the top spot. Kilo Julieta and Balsamic Ventura 183 are nose to tail for the lead. Maya and Kilo Juliet Delta are locked in a fierce duel for 2nd place. Kyroscope just gained 1 spot and is now in 16. Maya is now in 2nd place, closing the gap. Balsamic Ventura 183 still holding the lead, but not for long. Kilo Julieta and Maya are nose to nose, fighting hard for 2nd. Sylvie is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry is right behind, also gaining 3 spots to 8th. And look at Maya, climbing 1 more spot to take the lead. Things are heating up at the front. Amy just overtook someone to move into 3rd place. Axton Hits and Amy are nose to tail for 3rd. Gina Jones is chopping down Scott Dixon's lead, now just a 2nd behind. Chubby Boy RJ is climbing up to 9th place. Neotexum and Kyroscope are still locked in their close fight for 16. Rosaurus is making a move up to 18. Gina Jones is climbing up to 5th place. Neotexum is making a move to 16. Yaki Ramen is closing the gap on Geogina Miracles by 3.2 seconds. They are neck and neck for 19th place. Sylvie and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 6th place. New for Life and Rinok T4 are locked in a close fight for 12th. Yaki Ramen just gained 1 spot and is now 19th. It's Sirors closing in on Sylvie and the gap is shrinking fast. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing up 2 spots to 12th place. Rinok T4 and Pippi are nose to nose for that 12th position. Looks like a battle is brewing. GC Productions is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach 20. Morningstar Soul is also making moves, grabbing 3 spots to sit 22. Aerotech and Two Peas in the Podcast are nose to tail for 23. Looks like a tight squeeze. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 2nd place. Sylvie also moved up 1 spot into 6th. Scott Dixon and Sylvie are nose to tail fighting for 6th place. Two Peas in the Podcast is making a move, climbing 11 spots to reach 15th place. Gina Jones and Axton Hits are locked in a fierce duel for 4th. Chubby Boy RJ is inching up 1 position to 8th. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on its Sarar, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Rex and Sarah has climbed 1 spot to sit in the 15th position. Neotexum has also moved up 1 spot, now in 16th. Silhouette is now in 25th place, climbing steadily. Trend Alive has moved into 26th position, also making progress. Imbus Platinum is now in 27th position, keeping the upward trend going. Wow, Maya, you really outpaced everyone. Looks like the race was just a warm-up for your winning streak. Well done. Wow, what an incredible race. Congratulations to Maya for taking the checkered flag. You really showed those cars who's boss today. And fantastic news for both Maya and Amy. Since Maya snagged the fastest lap, she gets to claim that beautiful 1973 Porsche 9/1730 Spider. A true beast from the Can-Am series. Amy, since you won the bet race, you also get to claim that same stunning car. Looks like it's a double victory for the Porsche. Great job, everyone. This race just keeps getting more exciting. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1973 Porsche 911 RS. It's known for its incredible handling and lightweight design, making it a real contender on a technical circuit like Castle Combe. The classic Porsche balance and agility could help it weave through the pack, and maybe even beat some of the muscle cars in tight corners. The big V8s and muscle machines are powerful, but I think the Porsche's finesse might give it an edge around those tricky curves. Alright folks, time's almost up to choose your ride. Make your final decisions quick so you don't miss out on the chance to see which car will dominate the race. Don't be the one left behind wishing you had acted faster. Oh wow, this is a classic muscle car showdown. The Chevrolet Chevelle Essence from 1970 is known for its raw power and straight-line speed. So Autolatorius has a pretty solid edge in terms of brute force. On the other hand, The Holden Monaro GTS from 1973 has a reputation for being a bit more nimble and agile, especially on twisty tracks like Castle Combe. Given the track's curves and the need for a balance of speed and handling, I'd probably put my money on the Monaro for a slight edge in maneuverability. But don't count out the Chevelle. When it gets a straight, it might just take off like a rocket and leave the Monaro in the dust. So, who do I think will win? I'm leaning toward the Holden Monaro in this race, but it's gonna be close. Either way, it's gonna be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Castle Combe with the 1970s streetcars class. Bobardo is on pole in a classic 1970 Ford Mustang. So let's see if that vintage muscle can hold its lead, or just coast into the sunset. Bobardo has shot off the line and taken the lead. Hingo McCringleberry is holding second place just behind. Someone is currently in third, trying to find a way past. Hingle, McCringleberry and Bobardo are still neck and neck for first place. Sovi has just overtaken one driver to claim third. Autorias is climbing up to sixth and now faces a close fight with Vargala Svet for fifth. Hingo McCringleberry is now in first place. Sovi and Bobardo are nose to nose for second. Autorias has climbed 2 spots to fourth. Sovi is climbing up to second place. Lazy Towner is now in 8th. Cloud Surfer 69 and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 12th. Cloud Surfer 69 is holding on to 12th place, but Scott Dixon is applying pressure right behind. Dicey Shans and Amy are still neck and neck for 14th, no clear winner yet. Pippi Langstrup and New for Life are battling fiercely for 17th. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Autorias is now in third place. Lazy Towner has moved up to 6th place. Vargala Svet and Lazy Towner are nose to nose for 6th. Lazy Towner and someone are nose to tail for 5th place. Skeksis Biopri and Aminson are swapping positions for 10th. Daisy Shines and Cloud Surfer 69 are locked in a fierce fight for 13th. Skeksis Biopri is now in 10th place. Scott Dixon is closing the gap on Aminson, now just 1 second behind. Dicey Shines has moved up to 13th. The gap between the Chaser and Bobardo is shrinking fast. They are nose to tail for 4th place now. Cloud Surfer 69 is climbing up to 15th place, making moves. Gina Jones and Vargala Svet are locked in a close fight for 7th place. Someone just gained 1 spot and is now in 4th. Amy is climbing up 1 position to 15th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 7th place. Skeksis Biopri and U20 place are nose to nose for 9th. Pippi Langstrup and Daisy Keynes are locked in a close fight for 13th. Lazy Towner just gained 1 spot. and is now in 5th place. Vargala Svet also moved up 1 spot and is in 7th. Gina Jones and Vargala Svet are nose to nose for 7th place, so expect some fireworks there. Lazy Towner is climbing up to 4th place. Gina Jones and Vargala Svet are locked in a close fight for 7th. I am battling Cloud Surfer 69 for 16. Oteliatorius is now in 2nd place. Gina Jones has climbed to 7th. Skeksis Beaupre is in 8th. Looks like everyone's making moves. Lazy Towner is creeping up on Sovi, closing the gap by over a second. Gina Jones is inching closer to Bobardo, also shaving off a second. Aminsan and U20 plays are locked in a fierce fight for 10th place. No room for mistakes there. Skeksis Beaupre is now 7th after overtaking someone. Gina Jones and Skeksis Beaupre are nose to nose for 7th place. Daisy Shines is climbing up to 13th, making progress. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry just took the win. Clearly, they're the master of the track. Well done. Well, look at that! Congratulations to Hingle McCringleberry for taking the win. Ah yeah? Clearly, the AI has a sense of humor and knows how to dominate the track. Great job! A fun fact about the 1994 Ford Mustang Cobra CCA is that it was specifically built for racing in the Sports Car Club of America events. It had a more aggressive stance and tuned suspension to handle the twists and turns of the track. It's like the Mustang went to racing school and came back with a slightly more serious attitude. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking and the chance to pick your favorite car is slipping away fast. Make sure you get your choices in before it's too late. Don't want to miss out on the ultimate race, do you? Wow, what a matchup! We've got Amy in a classic 1995 Chevrolet Camaro Imza and Hingle McCringleberry in a 1999 Lamborghini Diablo. The Camaro is like a tank, built for endurance and muscle, but the Diablo GER is a sleek, aggressive beast that screams speed. On a track like Le Mans, where aerodynamics and lightweight agility matter a lot, I'd probably put my chips on the Lamborghini. It's a more modern supercar with better handling capabilities. But hey, the Camaro's old-school charm and raw power might give it an unexpected edge, especially if it finds a long straight to stretch its legs. My prediction? I think the Lamborghini Diablo GTR will take the win. But don't count out the Camaro just yet. It's got that vintage charm and brute force that might make things interesting. Stay tuned! Alright everyone, we're kicking things off at La Sarthe with the GTO class. Maya's on pole in a classic 1995 Chevrolet Camaro IMSA, the Tord Aine. Let's see if that vintage muscle can hold the lead. The race kicks off with Maya leading the pack, followed closely by Gravy Graves in second place and Amy holding on to third. Looks like Maya is trying to set the pace early on. Evolution 954 is charging through the field, now up to 18th place. Gravy Graves and Maya are nose to tail for the lead. Meanwhile, Amy and Gravy Graves are locked in a fierce duel for second. England McCringleberry is climbing to 6th place. James Mayo is making a move to 11th. James Mayo and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 10th. Amy is holding strong in second. Detoxins is making a move, climbing 3 spots to reach the 18th position. Shoebox TV and Pippi Langstrumpf are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. James Mayo is inching forward, gaining 1 spot to sit in 10th. Shoebox TV is climbing to 4th place. Shoebox TV and Gravy Graves are nose to nose for 3rd. Atelier Torius is advancing to 6th. Atelier Torius and Pippi Langstrumpf are battling for 5th. Atelier Torius and Pippi Langstrumpf are locked in a close fight for 5th place. New for Life just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th. Sophie and New for Life are battling hard for 8th place. Shoebox TV is climbing up to 3rd place. Gravy Graves and Shoebox TV are nose to nose for that spot. Atelier Torius and Pippi Langstrumpf are locked in a close fight for 5th. Atelier Torius is climbing to 5th place. No Rubu Life is now in 7th after moving up 1 spot. Hingle McCringleberry and New for Life are nose to nose for 7th. Atelier Torius and Gravy Graves are nose to tail for 4th place. Archero 92 just nudged up 1 spot to 16th. Aisley and Evolution 954 are locked in a close fight for 20th. Wilder Eno is making a move, climbing 3 places to 25th. Atelier Torius is inching closer to the top, now in 4th. Sophie is creeping up 1 spot to 8th. Atelier Torius and Shoebox TV are nose to tail for 3rd place. Scott Dixon is creeping closer to Amundsen, closing the gap by a full 1.5 seconds. Aisley and Detoxness are locked in a fierce scrap for 19th. Oteliatorius is now in third place. Pippi Langstrump is closing in on Gravy Graves, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. James Mayo is chasing Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Gravy Graves is climbing to 4th place. Sir Prothry is making a move to 25th. Cobracle is chipping away at Anaxagorax, closing the gap by over a second. Cobracle is closing in on Anaxagorax, chipping away at the gap by 5.30 seconds. Shoebox TV just climbed 1 spot to 4th. Miko Broadcast also moved up 1 spot to 26th. Sylvie is gaining on New for Life and closing the gap quickly. Cobracle is right behind Anaxagorax and making a move. Lyrashadius moved up 1 spot to 12. Amin Sun is closing in on Lyricel, chopping the gap by 1.2 seconds. Nako Broadcast is creeping closer to Sir Prothry, closing the distance by 2.5 seconds. Looks like Mako Broadcast and Sir Prothry are in a tight fight for 25th. James Mayo and Hingelmill McCringleberry are nose-to-nose for 9th place. Cobracle is chipping away at Anaxagorax, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. James Mayo just gained 1 spot and is now in 9th place. Gina Jones also moved up 1 spot and is in 10th. Hingle McCringleberry and Gina Jones are nose-to-tail for 10th place, so expect some fireworks soon. Scott Dixon and Amundsen are nose-to-nose for the 14th spot. Girl of Diamond and G. McShay are locked in a fierce fight for 22nd. Alvidrino is climbing up 1 position to 26th. Pippi Langstrump is climbing up to 5th place. Lyrashe is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Scott Dixon and Amundsen are nose-to-nose for 14th place. Aisley just climbed 1 spot to 19th. Now Pink Wolf is inching closer to Girl of Diamond, closing the gap by over a second. Alvidrino moved up 1 spot to 25th. Anaxagorax is driving a 1990 Mercedes-Benz 190e Evo 2, starting from the last position. Looks like they're struggling to keep up and haven't made any moves yet. Lyrashe is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Aisley just moved up 1 spot to 18. Detoxness is closing in on Riswachindio, cutting the gap by a second. That battle for 19th is heating up. Wow, Maya, you must have taken the phrase fastest in the race a little too literally. Congratulations on the win. Hey G Nolan. Glad to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready to see some crazy AI car races because things are heating up on the track. Congratulations, Maya. You absolutely crushed it and took home the win. Well done. And shout out to Amy for winning that race. You're now the proud owner of the same classic Chevrolet Camaro Imsa from 1995. Enjoy the ride. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 2019 Radical SR3. It's a recent model, so likely to have the latest tech and aerodynamic magic to slice through the curves at Franciacorta. Plus, Radical race cars tend to be pretty formidable on tight and technical circuits. The others, while interesting, either seem a bit long in the tooth, or just don't scream race winner to me. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking down. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to make your move before it's too late. Don't say I didn't warn you when the race gets crazy. Hey there, Shivaka704! Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you've returned just in time for some high-speed AI car action. Get ready for some serious racing excitement. Well, looking at these two, it's quite the toss-up. Lokshan 7 with the 1996 Osella P21 Honda has that vintage charm, and likely some raw old-school racing DNA. It might be a little less nimble, but it probably compensates with some serious character. On the other hand, Lazy Town's 2009 Yo Concept Funio 4RC is newer, lighter, and likely more agile, so it might handle those turns better and accelerate quicker. Given that, I'd lean towards Lazy Town's Funio, just because it's more modern, and has the potential to adapt better on a track like Franciacorta. But hey, with cars like these, anything can happen. It's almost a coin toss, so I guess we'll see who gets the lucky break. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the stunning Autodromo di Franciacorta. Leading the pack from pole is Biloj in a 2019 Radical SR5, ready to tear up the track. Let's see if he can hold on to that top spot. Billy has shot off the line into the lead. Gina Jones is holding strong in second place. Lockdown 7 is sitting in third, but expect some action soon. Gina Jones is now in first place. Shivaka 104 has moved up to 6th place. Slip and Sleater Gaming and Shivaka 704 are nose to tail for 5th. Renan is climbing up to 12th place. Amy is also moving up to 19th place. Sovi and Amy are nose to tail for that 19th spot. Maricus is driving a 2019 Radical SR3, a lightweight and agile car. They're currently in 18th place, so not quite making waves yet, but staying in the mix. Amy is driving a 2012 Prager 1, a lightweight and nimble car known for sharp handling. Looks like she's holding steady in the last place, probably just trying to stay out of trouble. Lockdown 7 is holding a solid third, while Lazy Tanner is right behind in fourth. Plenty of room for a move, but Lockdown 7 might want to watch his mirrors. Nonstop Starks is driving a Radical SR3, a lightweight and agile car known for sharp handling. They're currently in the middle of the pack, so it looks like they're holding their own but not making any big moves yet. Lockdown 7 is in third place with a 1996 Osella PA 21 Honda.top. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. The car's vintage might be showing its age in this race. Maya just overtook Bugatti and is now in 14th place. Looks like the race is heating up for that position. Lazy Tanner's really having a rough time dropping back to 21st. Shivaka Lizen 104 is climbing steadily to 4th. Slip and Sleater Gaming is also making progress up to 5th. Sovi is driving a KTM Crossbow R from 2011. They're currently in the top half of the field, just behind Maya and Amy. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves. Lockdown 7 is holding a solid third place and looks comfortable so far. Lazy Tanner is stuck in the 4th spot, but with 1 lap to go, it's a tight race. Lockdown might have the edge, but anything can happen in the final lap. New for Life and Slipslide Gaming are nose to tail for 5th place. Pepe Langstrom is closing the gap on Nezerub Starks, now just 1.3 seconds behind. Americas and Tingle Me Kringleberry are locked in a tight fight for 15th. Billy is leading with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got the pace to stay ahead unless someone else pulls a miracle. Billy is leading and has the fastest lap, so he's probably just cruising at this point. Slipslide Gaming is in 5th place, driving a Norma M20 FC. Their fastest lap is just over a minute and 16 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Wow, Billy, you must be thrilled to take the top spot. Congratulations on your win, I guess all that practice paid off. Wow! Big congratulations to Billo. They really drove their way to the top. Now Jinon, you did some impressive overtaking out there. You've earned yourself the 2014 Norma M20FC Ultralights. Nice job! Sure thing. Did you know that the F1 cars from 1960 were so lightweight and simple that they basically looked like miniature rockets with wheels? They used much less aerodynamic design compared to today's cars, which made them surprisingly twitchy and unpredictable. It's like racing a high-speed roller coaster on wheels. Thrilling, a little terrifying, and definitely not for the faint of heart. Alright everyone, time's almost up. Make sure you pick your favorite car before the countdown ends. This is your last chance to influence the race, so don't miss out. Get those selections in now. Oh wow. This is quite the classic showdown. The Ferrari 1512 is a stunning machine with a lot of historical racing cred. But the Honda R272 also has its own charm with that lightweight design and impressive handling for its time. Given the track and these vintage cars, I'd probably lean towards Pippi Langstrup with the Ferrari because its power and presence are hard to beat even in a race this tight. But hey, don't count Gina Jones out just yet. Sometimes those lighter cars surprise you and slip past right at the finish line. This is going to be a fun one to watch. Hey Jackie1,025,123. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return just in time for some AI car racing action. Hope you're ready for some high-speed chaos. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Anna Pergusa with Pippi Langstrup in pole position driving a classic 1965 Ferrari 1512. Looks like a vintage showdown is about to unfold. Pippi Langstrup is leading the race. Gina Jones is right behind in second, and Karuvinen is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start so far. Karuvinen is now in first place. Hingle McCringleberry has climbed to third. Sophie has moved up to fourth. The race is heating up. Gina Jones is really having a rough time dropping 10 places to 15. Sophie is climbing nicely now in second. Pippi Langstrup and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for third place. Looks like a good fight. Gina Jones is on a roll, overtaking 14 cars to take the lead. Kerouanin is not giving up easily. They're battling fiercely for the top spot. Sophie and Spike pulls a nose-to-nose for 7th place. Looks like a close fight there. Kerouanin just took the lead, leaving everyone in the dust. Sophie is hot on their tail in 2nd place. Hingle Me Kringleberry is climbing up to 3rd, making it a tight race at the front. Grandelive and Sophie are nose to tail for 8th place. Nulavi just gained 1 spot to 11. Gina Jones is chipping away at Artorias, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Sufik is closing in on Kerouanin, cutting the gap by 3.5 seconds. Maya is climbing up 1 spot to take 4th place. Pippi Langstrumpf and Maya are locked in a tight battle for 4th position. Spikles is climbing to 5th place. Amy is slicing the gap to Pippi Langstrumpf by 2 seconds. Nulavi is advancing to 11. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing up to 5th place. Spikles and Pippi are nose-to-nose for that position. Sophie is closing the gap on Amy, now just 3.4 seconds behind. Sophie and Amy are fighting for 7th place. Grandelive is now just 1 second behind Scott Dixon. Gina Jones is gaining ground on Mew for Life, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Amy has moved up to 6th place. Spikles is dropping back to 14th place. Amy and Pippi Langstrumpf are locked in a fierce fight for 5th. Sophie is climbing up to 7. Spikles is on a roll, overtaking 13 cars to take the lead. Kerouanin and Spikles are nose-to-nose for 1st place. Gina Jones and Mew for Life are locked in a close fight for 14th. Mew for Life is slicing through the field, now in 1st place after overtaking 13 cars. Sophie has gained 1 spot and is now in 2nd. They are nose-to-tail fighting for the lead. Sophie is now in 1st place. Kerouanin is in 2nd. Hingle Me Kringleberry is holding on to 3rd. The race is heating up. Grandelive is climbing to 8th place. Imogen Tempest is also moving up to 9th. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. Grandelive is closing in on Scott Dixon, cutting the gap by 3 seconds. Imogen Tempest is gaining on Grandelive, closing in by just over a second. Nulavi has moved up 1 spot to take 10th place. Gina Jones is racing a Honda 272 from 1965, starting 2nd at Eddie. Her race seems to be over early, as she's currently listed with a placeholder time and no lap data. Hingle Me Kringleberry is driving a 1965 Honda R at 272, which is known for its lightweight design and sharp handling. He's currently in 3rd place, but his fastest lap is just over 2 minutes and 13 seconds, so he's not exactly blazing the trail. Gina Jones is really closing in on Oteliatorius, cutting the gap by a full second. Spikables has moved up one spot to 13th place. Pippi Langstrumpf is gaining ground on me, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Crandalife has climbed one spot to 7th place. Oteliatorius and Nulavi are nose to nose for 10th place. Looks like a tight squeeze. Wow, Sufik really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Oh wow, Sufik took the victory. Congratulations on that win. Always fun to see who crosses the finish line first in these races. Now, for those claiming cars, Gina Jones crushed the fastest lap, which means she gets to take home that vintage 1965 Honda R, a 272 AU. Nice choice for a speedy little machine. And Pippi Langstrumpf, winning the bet race, means she's got her hands on the legendary 1965 Ferrari 1512. Talk about a classic. Great job to both of you for earning those cars. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to make that call. Don't leave me hanging here while these beauties wait to hit the track. Get your votes in before the countdown ends. Wow, both cars are pretty slick choices for Montmelo Rallycross, but I have to say the Dallara P217 might have the edge here. It's a newer design with some serious aerodynamics, which could give it that extra boost around the tricky corners. Jackian 1,025,123s. Mazda RT24P is definitely a strong contender, especially with its proven track record. But I think Maya's car might just have the slight advantage in agility and speed. It should be a close race, but I'm leaning towards Maya taking the top spot today. Alright folks, the race is underway at Montmelo Rallycross, and look at that. Maya in the 2017 Delara P217 is starting on pole position. She's got a great shot to lead early, but you know how these races can surprise us. Let's see how she holds up. The race kicks off with Maya taking the lead, Jackie Million, 25,123, right behind in second, and Sovi holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Pippi Langstrumpf is making a bold move, climbing 3 spots to take 4th place. Jackie Million 25,123, and Sovi are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Gina Jones is inching forward, grabbing the 7th spot. Jackie Million 25,123 takes the lead at the front. Maya is closing in on the top spot now. Pippi Langstrumpf is sneaking into 3rd place. Not bad at all. Pippi Langstrumpf just overtook someone to take the lead. Amy is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry for 5th place. The race is heating up at the front and middle. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 5th place. Gina Jones has also moved up 1 spot to 6th. Amy is holding on to 4th. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 4th place. Gina Jones has also moved up 1 spot into 6th place. Amy is holding on to 3rd. Amy climbs to 2nd place. Gina Jones moves up to 4th. Scott Dixon is closing in on Sovi, shrinking the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is charging through the field, now in 2nd place after overtaking 3 cars. Sovi's climbing up to 6th place. Scott Dixon is also making moves, now in 7th after gaining 1 spot. Amy just sneaked into 2nd place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 4th. Looks like the race is heating up. Gina Jones is climbing to 3rd place. Jackie Million 25,123 is now in 4th. Sovi is sneaking into 5th. Looks like the race is heating up. Maya is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, fast cutting the gap by 18.2 seconds. Jackie Million 25,123 is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap by 3.8 seconds. Scott Dixon has moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. Jaekyeon million, 25,123. Is really closing the gap on Gina Jones, just 1.7 seconds behind now. Ingle McCringleberry is climbing up 2 spots and is now in 5th place. Maya's currently in last place but with only 1 lap to go. It's all about the comeback. Jaekyun million, 25,123 is leading, but not by much. So Maya could still surprise us if the car holds together. Zoe's driving a 2014 Onroque Ligier JSP2 Judd. A solid choice for endurance. Looks like Sovi is holding a good position in 3rd place, staying competitive. Wow, Pippi Langstrup really knocked it out of the park today. Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes. Talk about a triple crown. Truly an incredible performance. Congratulations to you. You've certainly earned that shiny new car. And for those of you still dreaming about taking home a car, Jaekyeon million, 25,123, you nailed the bet race. You've got yourself a 2017 Mazda RT24P. LMP2. Nice work. Looks like today's race was full of surprises and big wins. Stay tuned, everyone. The next race could be even crazier. Alright everybody, the clock is ticking. Make your picks before the time runs out or else you're stuck with whatever the AI decided for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Well, both of these cars are pretty iconic and classic in their own right, but I have to give a little edge to Sovi with that March 711 Alfa Romeo. It's a little newer and might have some sharp handling, especially on the Korean Grand Prix circuit. Ish Stahelski's Lotus 72D is a legendary car, no doubt, but sometimes those vintage cars can struggle a bit with modern AI racing. So, I'd say Sovi's got the upper hand here. But honestly, it's anyone's game in this AI race. Alright everyone, the race kicks off here at the Korean Grand Prix track. Leading the pack at the very start is Lazy Towner in a classic 1971 Matra MS 120B, sitting on pole position. Let's see if the vintage beauty can hold on to that first place. Lazy Towner is leading the race, followed closely by Slipsladaming in second place. Sovi is currently in third. Looks like a tight start already. Slipsladaming just overtook Lazy Towner for the lead. Aminzan is closing in on the top 3, moving up 1 spot to 4. Lazy Towner and Slipsladaming are still neck and neck for first place. Irafa A just gained 1 position and is now in 6th. Hingle Nye Kringleberry and Airfail are battling hard for 6th. Lazy Towner just took the lead from Slipsladaming. They're now in a close fight for the top spot. Reiko Haruji has advanced to 7th place. Gina Jones is driving a Lotus 72C, a classic car known for its sleek design and innovative aerodynamics. She's currently in 19th place, so her race is not looking too hot right now. Sovi is leading Fishtahusky by a good margin. But with only 1 lap to go, anything can happen. Fishtahusky better step up or it's game over. Scott Dixon and Pippi Langstrup are nose-to-nose for 11th place. Spear Like Hail and Emma Pinkwolf are locked in a close fight for 19th. Spear Like Hail just overtook Emma Pinkwolf, and now they are neck and neck for the 19th place. Amy is driving a 1971 Matra MS 120B, starting in the 9th place. Looks like she's holding steady but not making much progress yet. Airafale and Fishtahusky are nose to tail for 5th place. Pippi Langstrup and Gubote are locked in a close fight for 10th. Timborghini, Tuba and I are trading paint for 13th. Fishtahusky is climbing fast into 3rd place. Aminsan and Sovi are locked in a close fight for 4th. Reiko Haruji is gaining ground, now in 6th. Aminsan just sneaked into the top 4, leaving Sovi in a tight spot behind. Bubote is climbing up to 10th, making some moves. Scott Dixon is climbing to 11th place. Pace CRR is closing in on Timborghini 2, the gap shrinking by 2 seconds. Chubby Panda is moving up to 15th place. Chubby Panda is driving a Brabham BT34, which is known for its agility and classic design. They are currently in 15th place, just behind Maya and ahead of the rest. Looks like a tight race for them. Aminsan is inching closer to Fishtahusky, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Scott Dixon is climbing up 1 spot to sit in the 11th position. Timborghini Tuba is narrowing the distance to Pippi Langstrup by 1.4 seconds. Wow, Lazy Towner winning the race? Guess they finally decided to show up and take the trophy. Well done! Wow, Lazy Towner really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulate them on their incredible driving skills. It's always fun to see the underdog take the lead, isn't it? Well done to Lazy Towner for claiming the top spot today. Alright, here's a fun fact about the 2003 Ferrari 575 M Maranello. This beauty has a V12 engine that could make your head spin with its glorious sound and power. It was designed to be a grand tourer, meaning it's perfect for long, luxurious trips, or just showing off on the highway. Fun fact is, despite its old-school charm, it could hit 0 to 60 in about 4 seconds, which is pretty impressive for a car from 2003. Basically, it's a classic that still knows how to race with the best of them. Alright everyone, get your favorite cars in before the clock runs out. Don't make me pick for you, or I might just choose the slowest one on purpose. Hurry up and make your picks. Alright, we've got Pippi Langstrup in a 2003 Lamborghini Gallardo and G Maxie in a 26 TVR Sagaris. Now, the Gallardo is a solid choice, known for its sharp handling and quick acceleration. It's like the sports car equivalent of a caffeinated squirrel. On the other hand, the Sagaris is a wild card with its raw power and distinctive design. It's basically the rebellious teenager of the racing world. Given the track is Ronde de Assas, which has a good mix of tight corners and fast straights, I'd say the Gallardo might have a slight edge with its more balanced handling. But don't count out the Sagaris. It could surprise us with some reckless speed. If I had to pick, I'd lean towards the Lamborghini for a consistent, speedy drive. But hey, this is AI racing, so anything can happen. Let's see who's really the king of the asphalt. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Rouen Les Essarts, and Gina Jones is sitting pretty on pole, cruising in a classic 2003 Lamborghini Gallardo. Let's see if that beauty can hold the lead. Gina Jones is leading the race right now. Basketted Fee is holding on to second place. Slip Slitty Gaming is in third, trying to keep up. Nulavi and Slipsnide Gaming are wheel-to-wheel for third place. Amy just gained a spot and is now 6th. La Croissant 1980 is also climbing, moving into 7th. Hikori Hamzam and Nulavi are neck and neck for 4th place. Nanimuvu for Life just climbed 1 spot to 9th. And Woo for Life and So we are fighting hard for 8. New for life. Just overtook someone to take 8th place. Squat Bender is closing in on 10th, now in 11th. Maya and Squat Bender are neck and neck for 10th. This race is getting spicy. Exclusive Audox is making a strong push, now in 10th place after overtaking 4 cars. Hingle McCringleberry is also climbing fast, moving up 4 spots to 12. Maya and Exclusive Audox are neck and neck for 10th place. Looks like a close fight. No View for Life just overtook someone to take 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 11th, inching closer to Scott Dixon. Scott moved up 2 spots to 12, so he's closing in on that battle for 11. Looks like those 3 are about to have a serious showdown. Exclusive Gox is on the move, climbing to 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. Hikori Hamsam is closing in on Nulavi, cutting the gap by 130 seconds. La Croissant 1980 and New for Life are locked in a tight battle for 8th place. Hikori Hamsam is climbing to 4th place. New for Life is now 7. La Croissant 1980 has moved into 8th. Nulavi and Amy are nose to tail for 5th place. Radicero Activa Vixen is climbing steadily, now in 16th. Amy is pushing hard to reclaim her spot. Zippensleda Gaming is driving an Aston Martin Vanquish from 2013. They are currently in 3rd place, and seem to be holding a steady pace, not making any dramatic moves but staying comfortably in the top 3 by. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. New for Life is closing in on Nulavi, cutting the gap by 2.1 seconds. Exclusivagox is climbing up to 8th place. Amy is now in 4th, making a nice move forward. Slipton Gaming is closing in on Amy, now just a second behind. Maya is holding steady in 6th place, but the pressure is mounting. Hikoriamzam is now in 4th, making a move through the field. Exclusivagox is making a strong move to 2nd place, overtaking 5 cars in a flash. Hingle McCringleberry is also on the rise, passing 3 cars to sit in 5th. I am closing in on La Croissant 1980, shrinking the gap by 140 seconds. Exclusivagox is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap by 24 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is inching closer to Hikori Hamsam, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Hingle and Hikori Hamsam are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Exclusivagox just took the lead and is now in 1st place. Hingle and McCringleberry moved up 2 spots and is now in 3rd. New for Life is closing in on Hikori Hamsam, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is dropping like a stone, now in 10th place. Gina Jones and Exclusive Agox are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Amy is climbing up to 3rd, making a move that might shake things up. Hingle McCringleberry is having a rough time dropping to 16th place. Amy is hot on Gina Jones' tail, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. I am inching closer to Nulavi, also chipping away at the same pace. Wow, Exclusive Agox took the win. Looks like someone was clearly in a league of their own. Well done. Wow! Exclusive Agox really pulled off the Triple Crown, huh? Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and overtaking like a boss. That's some serious skill right there. Congratulations! Looks like they're on fire today. Sure thing. Did you know that Zolder has a pretty interesting history? It used to be a regular old racing circuit but also hosted the Belgian Grand Prix back in the 1970s. Those races were pretty historic, and the track itself is known for its tricky chicane and pretty tight corners, which means these AI cars are really going to have to show some skill to navigate through. It's a track that keeps the drivers on their toes, or in this case, the AI on their virtual pedals. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make your move before the countdown hits 0. Don't let the AI cars run away with all the fun. Get those choices in so we can see which machine will dominate the track. Hey Wayne Train 4, great to see you back. I hope you're ready for some high-speed AI action. Stay tuned, this race is about to get intense. Oh boy, this is quite a showdown. The Buick GNX is a classic American muscle car, known for its straight-line speed and that iconic turbo-charged power. But the Ford Sierra RS500 Cosworth is a true legend on the racetrack, especially with its agile handling and turbocharged prowess. If this were purely about raw speed on a straight, the Buick might have the edge. But Zolder is a twisty circuit. I'm leaning towards the Ford Sierra for its agility and better cornering capabilities. So, my bet is on Tyler and the Ford Sierra coming out ahead. But hey, with AI driving, anything can happen, and the race might surprise us. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Zolder with Bacho Grande leading the pack. He's in a classic 1984 Audi Sport Quattro, representing the 1980s supercar era. Let's see if that vintage charm can hold off the competition. Bacho Grande has taken an early lead, holding the front spot. Adiev is right behind in second place, and Hingle McCringleberry is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a tight battle already brewing. Super Siggy is on fire, climbing 3 spots to 9th place. Gina Jones is also making moves, jumping 3 spots to 20th place. And I just inched up 1 spot to 7th place. The race is heating up. Tangadaki TTV and Tyler are nose to nose for the 10th spot. Pippi Langstrump and Tangadaki TTV are also fighting hard for 11th. Namguru Life and Mingeg's Boring Life are locked in a close duel for 15th. Tangadaki TTV is climbing to 10th place. Pippi Langstrump and Tyler are locked in a close fight for 11th. Jerk Plays is advancing to 17th. Fish the Husky climbs to 13th place. Meg's Boring Life is gaining on Skozer Obs, closing the gap by over a second. Gina Jones advances to 19th place. Shuta M Up and Maya are nose to tail for 7th place. Amy and Wayne Train 94 are locked in a close fight for 20th. Kalmetwi just gained 1 spot and is now 26th. Naturally Unlucky is climbing up to 5th place. Looks like luck might be changing. Tampers is closing in on Jerk Place, the gap shrinking by a second. Wayne Train 94 and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 19th. This one's going down to the wire. Gina Jones and The Empress are nose to nose for 18th place. Amy just edged into 19th. Schoolbus Rustefdi is now in 22nd, climbing steadily. Pippi Langstrump just overtook Tyler for 11th place. They're nose to tail in that battle. Scott Dixon is closing in on Kazuma Girl fast. The battle for 26th is heating up. Shoot him up and Maya are still locked in a tight fight for 7th place. Katsuma Girl and Kolmetwi are battling for 26th, but Scott Dixon might have other plans. Super Siggy and Shoot Him Up are nose to tail for 8th place. Pippi Langstrump is chopping down the gap to Tangadaki TTV by 3 seconds, closing in. Pippi Langstrump and Tangadaki DTV are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. The retro street cars are holding their own on Zolder, but the track's tight corners and vintage tech seem to favor the more agile and nimble models, like the Audi Sport Quattro and Ford RS200. Shoot Him Up is closing in on Maya fast, just 1.9 seconds behind now. Meg's Boring Life is gaining on Skozer Obs, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Gina Jones has moved up 1 spot to take 17th place. Gina Jones and We For Life are battling it out for 16th place, nose to tail. Jerk Plays is climbing up to 17th place. Kazuma Girl is making her way to 26. Any overtakes or close calls I should know about? School bus Fee is driving a Buick Gun X, starting from the back of the grid. They are currently in 23rd place, just behind the leaders. Looks like a steady climb, but they'll need some overtakes to make a real impact. Shoot 'em Up climbs to 7th place. Pippi Langstrumpf moves up to 10th. Tyler is closing in on Tangaducky TTV, cutting the gap by over a second. Shoot 'em Up and BioArt are nose to tail for 6th place. Schoolbus Rustai gaining on Amy, closing the gap slightly. Kometwi and Silent Fox 213 are locked in a close fight for 24th. Wow, Bacho Grande, you really outpaced everyone else. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Bacho Grand really took the win there. Congratulations on crossing that finish line first. You must have some serious skills to beat out all those other AI cars. Well done. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd go with the 1968 Porsche 908 L8 LH Coupe. It's known for being a racing monster on circuits like Road America. Its lightweight design and powerful engine give it the edge over those beautiful, but occasionally unpredictable classics. Plus, it's just the right mix of historic charm and race-winning tech to make it a strong contender. Alright everyone, grab your virtual helmets because the countdown is almost finished. Make sure to pick your favorite car before it's too late. You don't want to miss out on the thrill of seeing these AI champions battle it out on the track. Oh, this is an interesting matchup. On one side we have Amy with a classic 1966 Lola 70, which is known for its power and straight-line speed. On the other side I have the 1965 Lotus 40, which might be a bit lighter and more agile. Considering Road America's mix of long straights and tricky corners, Amy's Lola could have an advantage on the straightaways, but might struggle a little in the tighter sections. My Lotus, with its nimbleness, could make up some ground in the corners but might lag behind in the open stretches. Honestly, it's a toss-up. If Amy can really push her Lola on those long straights, she might just edge out the win. But if I can keep my Lotus in tight and navigate the corners well, I could possibly pull ahead. So, who do I think will win? Well, I might give a slight edge to Amy's Lola because of that raw straight line speed. But this race could go either way, and it's going to be fun to watch. Hey Naida, welcome back to the channel. Glad to see you're back in the mix. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI car action. Alright folks, the race at Road America has kicked off, and leading the pack is Scott Dixon in a vintage 1968 Porsche 908 LH Coupe. He's starting on pole in the prototype's 1960 class. Let's see if that classic speed can hold up. Right at the start, Scott Dixon is leading the pack. Amy is holding strong in second, and Hingle McCringleberry is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a tight race so far. Jackson Dabox is climbing fast into second place. Amy and Jackson Dabox are neck and neck for second. Jordan F. and Wayne Train 9450 are locked in a close fight for 8th. Maya and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail for 4th place. Pippi Langstrom just gained a spot and is now in 6th. Hikori Hamzam and Pippi are battling hard for 6th place. Jordan F. is now in 7th place, climbing 1 spot. Pippi Langstrom and Jordan F. are nose to nose fighting for 6th. Triad advances to 10th place, moving up 1 spot. Triad advances to 8th place. Stephen Brinkley and Wayne Train 9450 are nose to nose for 11. Ablaze climbs to 16th. Ablaze and Sovi are fighting for 15th. Maya is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry and has cut the gap by 1 second. Sovi has moved up 1 spot to take the 14th place. Ixajax has also gained 1 position and is now in 20th. Minamai Styla 21 and Hikori Hamsam are nose to nose for 9th place. Bobardayus gained a spot to 20th. Gabitha Minimac also moved up 1 position to 21st. Dorog is on the move, climbing 4 spots to 24th place. Ixajax is dropping back, losing 6 positions to 29th. Amy and Jackson Dabox are nose to nose for 2nd place. Looks like a close fight. Pippi Langstrom and I are nose to tail for 5th place. Triad is climbing up 1 spot to 7th. Jordan F. and Triad are locked in a close fight for 7th. Pippi Langstrom is now in 5th place. Maya and Pippi are nose to nose for that position. Jordan F. and Triad are fighting hard for 7th place. Jordan F. is climbing up to 7th place. Gina Jones is also moving up, now in 11th. Hikori Hamzan and Gina are nose to nose for 11th. Pippi Langstrumpf and Hingle McCringleberry are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Ablaze is chipping away at Sovi's lead, now just 2.30 seconds behind. Tukins Flora is climbing up the field, now in 21st position. Jacinda Box and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for the lead. Mina Maistaya 21. And Trehat Riyad are swapping positions like it's a tennis match for 8. Mwoof for life. And Hikori Hamsam are locked in a close fight for 12th. Yamobius is closing in fast on Ixajax, chipping away at that 13.5 second gap. What do you? Jacinda Box and Scott Dixon are nose-to-nose for the lead. Hingle McCringleberry just made a move up 1 spot to snag 3rd. Jacinda Box and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for the lead. Amy just overtook someone to sit in 3rd. Maya is closing in on the top 4, inching up to 5th. Jacinda Box just overtook Scott Dixon to take the lead. Scott Dixon is hanging on close behind. Pippi Langstrumpf and I are still neck and neck for 5th place. Amy has just gained 1 position to take 2nd place. Nina Maistila 21 is also moving up 1 spot to 9. Trehat Riyad and Mina Maistila 21 are nose to tail for 9th place. Looks like a close fight. Pippi Langstrumpf and I are nose to tail for 5th place. Jordan F is closing in fast, chopping 2 seconds off the gap. Bobardo just sneaked up 1 spot to 18th. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to 5th place. She's now right behind Hingle McCringleberry in a fierce fight for 4. Zombush 86 and Sikapal are neck and neck for 25th. Maya just snuck into 5th place. Jordan F and Pippi Langstrumpf are nose to nose for 6th. Bobardo is inching closer to Pondon, shrinking the gap by a 2nd and a 10th. Wow, Jacinda Box really took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Nice job. Wow, Jacinda Box really dominated that race. Congratulations on the win, you drove like a true champion. Wayne Train, 9,450. You snagged the fastest lap, and can now claim the 1966 McLaren Elva Chevrolet Top. That's a pretty slick upgrade. Amy, you took home the victory in the bet race, and can now claim the 1966 Lola T70 mark on a Chevrolet. Nice job! Who's ready for the next round of high-speed chaos? Alright folks, the clock is ticking, and the countdown is almost up. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to make that decision. Don't leave us hanging. Hey, Top Thunder! Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you've returned just in time to catch some high-speed fun. Sit back and enjoy the AI cars battling it out on the track. Welcome back, Wildsufin. Glad to see you in the chat again. Hope you're ready for some epic car races today. Wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. The AGS 23 from 1988 and the Colony FC 188 from the same year, huh? Both are classic choices. But I have to say the AGS 23 has a bit of a reputation for being a sneaky little car with some surprising agility, even if it's not the fastest in raw power. The Colony, on the other hand, is known for its quirky handling, and maybe a little bit of that underdog charm. Honestly, if I had to put my chips on one, I'd lean toward Lemon Cult Games with the eggs. It's got a slight edge in terms of expected handling efficiency. But don't count out Zotsfired with that Colony either, especially if they can make the most out of what they've got. It's going to be a tight race for sure. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at New Plymouth, and Amy is on the front row, driving the legendary 1988 McLaren MP44. Let's see if she can hold that lid. The race kicks off with Amy taking an early lead, followed closely by Jay Boogie in second, and the Lightning Thief in third. Looks like the top three are already setting the pace. Adenut 44 is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 18. Apex Milkbag is also making moves, overtaking 3 cars to reach 21. Jay Boogie and Amy are nose to nose for the lead. Looks like a fierce battle at the front. Gina Jones just sneaks into 7th place. Mission Man and Kreisgoffer are nose to nose for 8. Akanone climbs into 10th. Sumboard Bowie is climbing up to 19th place. Adenut 44 and Sumboard Bowie are nose to nose for that position. The OART is making a move to 25th. Princess Wildface is racing a Ryle RRC1. She's currently in the 16th place, and seems to be holding steady, without any major moves or issues so far. Scott Dixon is in the last half of the field with a Zach Speed 881. Looks like he's struggling to keep up and might need a miracle to move up. Lemon Cult Games is in 18th, while Zotsfired is in 17th. Lemon Cult Games has a slight edge, but they're close enough to keep the drama alive. Lemon Cult Games is driving in a GSJH23, and currently in 18th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Hungry for life. and Yarlathotep 98 are neck and neck for 12th place. BUart is climbing up to 24th. Wayne Train 9450 and Wiltsufin are battling for 27th. Maya is closing in on Pippi Langstrumpf for 4th place. New for Life and Yarlathotep 98 are neck and neck for 12th. Adonat 44 and Sunbird Bowie are battling it out for 19th. Top Thunder is on a roll, climbing to 2nd place. Mission Man is making a strong push into 4th. Akanon is also gaining ground, now in 5th. The race is heating up. Air is making a bold move, climbing 12 places to sit in 3rd. Basket and Fee is not far behind, overtaking 18 cars to claim 5th. Scott Dixon is also on the rise, moving up 18 spots to take 7th. Wayne Train 9450 is on a roll, climbing to 12th place after overtaking 8 cars. Amy is not far behind, moving into 13th place after passing 3 cars. I am also making progress, moving into 16th place after overtaking 3 cars. Top Thunder is driving the Lotus 100T, a car known for its agility and sharp handling. Looks like they're holding a solid 2nd place, probably enjoying a smooth ride so far. The F1 1988 cars are all pretty close in performance, so the track at New Plymouth must be favoring some driver skills over raw speed. No clear dominant car here, just a lot of tight battles. Gina Jones is driving a Williams FW12, just behind the leader. Looks like she's holding steady in 7th place, not making any big moves yet. The F1 1988 cars are quite evenly matched, but the track at New Plymouth might be favoring those with better handling and agility. The top drivers are mostly in the front, so the car class isn't making a huge difference yet. Basket and T is driving the Williams FW12, starting way back in 21st position. Looks like they're making some progress but still fighting to climb higher. Princess Wealthface is driving a Ryle ARC1, starting in 15th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress yet. Wow! The Lightning Thief really sprinted to the finish line. Congrats on the win, champion. Wow, what an incredible win for Val Lightning Thief! Congratulations on taking the top spot. That was some smooth driving. I guess lightning really struck today. Great job. Sure thing. Did you know that the Can-Am racing cars were famous for their incredible power and almost limitless design possibilities? They could produce over 1,100 horsepower during their heyday in the late 1960s and early 1970s. That's right. It's like giving a race car a rocket booster and telling it to go on a joyride. Definitely one of the most wild and exciting eras in motorsport history. Alright everyone, time's running out. Make your final car selections or you'll have to settle for whatever the AI picks for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Well, this is quite the classic showdown. The 1971 Porsche 91710 versus the 1973 Porsche 91730 Spider. The 91730 is the more powerful beast, designed for high-speed dominance, especially with those turbocharged engines. Meanwhile, the 91710 is legendary too, but more of a balanced competitor from its era. Considering the specs, and the fact that the 91730 was built for sheer speed and agility during that period, it might just have the edge on Gentrack, one especially if the AI's programming favors raw power. But hey, with these classic cars, anything can happen. Sometimes the old-timer surprises us. So I'd lean towards the 1973 Porsche 91730 Spider taking the win. But I'm keeping my fingers crossed for a fun close race. Who are you betting on? Alright everyone, buckle up because Maya is starting at the front in a stunning 1973 Porsche 91730 Spider. It's gonna be a wild ride on the Gentrack 1 track with Can-Am cars. Let's see if she can keep that pole position or if the AI cars will surprise us. Top Thunder has taken the lead right out of the gate. I'm holding second place, and Scott Dixon is currently in third. The race is already heating up. Wildsulfen and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for third place. Akitsumeneft and Gina Jones are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Nyarlitho Tepni 88 just made a couple of moves to climb into 14th. Pippi Langstrup and Wayne Train 9,450 are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Yamasta Tagamer 9000 is climbing up to 15th. Rosie Goldgaming is inching into 20th. New Life is sitting in 5th place with the 1970 McLaren M8C. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Pippi Langstrup and Wayne Train 9000. 450 are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Ginasta Tegamanin 1000 just snuck into 15th. Fish the Huskies climbing to 21st. Dong 3 just overtook someone to move into 8th place. Amy and Dongazon 3 are nose to nose for 8th position. Wayne Train 9,450 and Move for Life are neck and neck for 5th place. Amy is climbing up to 8. Amy and Pippi Langstrumpf are locked in a close fight for 7. Yesashibi is on a roll, overtaking 15 cars to claim the lead. Dekrika Leg is making moves, climbing 3 spots to 21st. Top Thunder and Lisashibi are nose to nose, fighting for the top spot. The Heeper 7 is driving a vintage Porsche 906 from 1966. It looks like they're struggling to keep up with the pack, currently in the last place. Wiltsufin is on a roll, climbing 3 places to 2nd. Top Thunder is holding strong at the front, moving up 1 to 1st. Mover Life is also gaining ground, now in 5th. Maya has just overtaken someone to claim 2nd place. Scott Dixon is also climbing up, now in 3rd. Wayne Train 9,450 and New for Life are nose to tail for 5th position. Looks like a battle for the top 5 is heating up. Wayne Train 9,450 just moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. Wayne Train 9,450 and New for Life are nose to nose for 5th. Akitsum Enft and L locked in a close fight for 9th. New Will for Life is climbing up to 5th place. Akitsu Menft and Amy are nose to nose for 9th. Hingle McCringleberry and Gina Jones are locked in a close fight for 11th. Wiltsufin is climbing fast into 2nd place. Akitsu Menft and Amy are nose to nose for 9th. Maya just snuck into 2nd place. Scott Dixon is right behind in 3rd. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing up to 6th. Looks like the race is heating up. Gamasta Gamma 9000 is on a roll, climbing 8 places in no time. Bel Thainata Beast and Nyala Thot Pep 98 are nose to nose for 14th. Jamasta Tama 9000 is really having a rough time, dropping 9 places to 15th. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing steadily up to 6th. Wayne Train 9,450 is also making progress, moving up to 7th. Well, look at that. Top Thunder just took the victory. Guess they really brought the thunder today. Well done. Wow, Top Thunder really sped to victory and snagged the fastest lap. Congratulations! That Porsche 91710 is going to look fantastic in your virtual garage. And a huge shout out to Pippi Langstrumpf for the most overtakes. That's some aggressive driving right there. You've earned that 1973 Porsche 91730 Spider, no doubt about it. Great race, everyone! Who's ready for the next round? If I had to pick one of these cars to win on the Ricardo Tormo circuit, I'd probably go with the 1955 Mercedes-Benz 300 SLR. It's got the pedigree, the power, and the iconic reputation that just might give it that little extra edge around those turns. Plus, it's classic enough to be a crowd favorite in my book. Oh, this is a classic matchup. The Aston Martin DBR 11 from 1956 versus the Maserati Tipo 6061 Birdcage from 1959. Both are legendary. But the Aston Martin has that vintage charm and reputation for endurance racing. The Maserati Birdcage, on the other hand, is known for its incredible lightweight and agility. Given that Ricardo Tormo has some tight corners and tricky sections, I'd say the Maserati might have the edge in maneuverability. But the Aston Martin's longer wheelbase and classic power could give it a slight advantage on the straights. My guess? The Maserati might just squeeze out a narrow victory, but it's going to be a close call. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Ricardo Tormo, and Taknesty is sitting on pole in a classic 1956 Jaguar D-Type. You know he's here to make a statement with that vintage flair leading the pack right now. Taknesty is leading the race right now. Captain Trippy is holding second place just behind. Top Thunder is in third, trying to keep up with the frontrunners. Top Thunder just moved up one spot to second place. Captain Trippy and Top Thunder are nose to tail for second. The Critica Leg and Captain Trippy are locked in a close fight for third. The Critica Leg is climbing to third place. Dishonored Fox and Amy are neck and neck for fifth. Sovi is making a move, jumping 2 spots to 7. Timborghini Tuba is driving a 1952 Jaguar C-Type. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, trying to find a way around the traffic. Captain Trippy is trying to hold off Amy for 4th place. Gina Jones and Akitsu Mant are nose to nose for 12th. The Empress is driving a Ferrari 250 Testarossa from 1957. Looks like they're holding a solid mid-pack position, not making any dramatic moves but staying in the race. Photo and Gina Jones are nose to tail for 11th place. Gina just made a move and is now ahead by a hair. Top Thunder is now in first place. Taknesty is right behind in second. Photo has moved up to 11th. Dishonored Fox is climbing to 5th place. Maya is making her way to 8th. Hippie Langstrumpf is gaining ground, now 12th. Hippie Langstrumpf and Fuzo are nose to nose for 11th. Hippie Langstrumpf is climbing to 11th place. Gampris and Akitsu Mainft are nose to nose for 14th. Akitsument is driving a 1955 Mercedes-Benz 300 SLR. They're currently in the 15th spot, so not quite making waves yet, but still in the mix. The Empress just overtook Akitsumanenft and now sits in 14th place. They're nose to nose in this close fight. Hippie Langstrumpf and Prodigy Place 58 are nose to tail for 10th place. Akitsumanenft is inching up to 15th. The classic cars are making the race unpredictable with close positions and overtakes, especially on this technical track. The mix of models keeps everyone on their toes. Dovi is driving a 1956 Jaguar D-Type, a classic with a sleek design. They're currently in 10th place, so they might be making some moves or just enjoying the ride. Hippie Langstrumpf just overtook Prodigy Place 58 and is now in 10th place. They are nose to nose in that tight battle for 10th. The Critica Leg just overtook Taknesty to move into 2nd place. Taknesty is fighting hard to regain that spot. Maya and Sovi are nose to tail for 7th. This race is heating up. Hippie Langstrumpf is climbing fast into 8th place. Prodigy Place 58 is sneaking into 10th. Akitsumanenft is closing the gap on Scott Dixon by almost 2 seconds. Inga McCringleberry is climbing up to 15th place. Timborghini Tuba is narrowing the distance to the Empress by over a second. The vintage cars are close in performance, but the track's tight corners favor skilled drivers over raw speed. The Mercedes cars are leading, but the Jaguars and Aston Martins are hanging in there. Amy just gained a spot to take 3rd place. Akitsumanenft and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 11th. Hingle McCringleberry moved up to 14th. Hingle McCringleberry and Fuzo are fighting hard for 13th. Akitsumanenft is climbing to 11th place. Hingle McCringleberry is now 13th. TF Empress has moved up to 15th. Congratulations to Top Thunder on winning the race. Looks like they really thundered through the competition. Well, deserved victory. Wow, what an incredible race. Huge congratulations to Top Thunder for taking the win and the fastest lap. You've earned that legendary Mercedes-Benz 300 SLR. Now, as for the bet race, congratulations to Pippi Longstrom. You're now the proud owner of a classic Maserati Tipo 6061 Birdcage. Seriously impressive wins all around. Can't wait to see what these cars will do once they're in your hands. Sure thing. Did you know that in the 1980s, the slow cars racing class was basically the postcard of patience? It was filled with cars that made a turtle look like a speed demon. Despite their leisurely pace, it was all about strategy and endurance. So it turns out, sometimes slow and steady didn't just win the race but also made for the most interesting pit stops. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it. Don't miss out on the chance to cheer for your favorite metal beast before the countdown ends. Well, this is quite the vintage showdown. The 1980 Volkswagen Golf GTI is known for its agility and quick handling, especially around tighter corners. It's like the little ninja of the race, zipping through with precision. Meanwhile, the 1985 Toyota Celica Supra has a bit more power under the hood, making it a potential speedster on the straightaways. Considering Misano's mix of turns and straights, I'd lean toward the Toyota Supra, potentially pulling ahead on the straights. But don't count out the Golf GTE's nimbleness around corners. It's a close call, but I think the Supra might just edge out the Golf for the win here. Stay tuned and see if I'm right, or if the Golf pulls off a surprising upset. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Misano World Circuit. Hingle McCringleberry is starting on pole with a classic 1980 Volkswagen Golf GTI. Buckle up, this should be interesting. Hingle McCringleberry has taken an early lead, with Scott Dixon right behind in second place. Shotskis is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Idi Levy just climbed 2 spots to take the 4th place. Ragu and Gina Jones are nose-to-nose fighting for 5th. Sovi moved up 1 spot to take the 7th place. Sovi and Fragu are still battling for 6th. Akinone just overtook someone to climb to 7th place. Sovi and Akinone are nose-to-nose for 7th. No for Life and Sovi are locked in a close fight for 8th. Rana Rampage just overtook someone to move into 9th place. Life. And Rana Rampage is still neck and neck for 9th. Direct Official is climbing fast, now in 12th. Scott Dixon is now in the lead, claiming the top spot. Top Thunder has climbed to 14. Leech Mepsi is now in 19. Direct Official is gaining ground on Wildsoofen, closing the gap by over a second. Rookie Miriki has climbed 1 spot to 20. Scrooge Champ and Amy are locked in a close fight for 22. Idiot Shotskis are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. New for Life is climbing 2 spots to 8th. Sovian, New for Life are locked in a close fight for 8th. Gina Jones is closing in on Eddie Live, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Top Thunder is climbing 1 spot to take the 13th place. Rookie Miriki is also moving up 1 spot to 19. Shotskis is right behind Hingle McCringleberry, now just a second and a half away. Lee and Shotskis are fighting hard for 3rd place. Ragu is gaining on Gina Jones by a second and a half. Ragu and Gina Jones are locked in a close duel for 5th place. Idiotes is climbing to 3rd place. Ragu is also moving up to 5th. Gina Jones and Fragout are locked in a close fight for 5th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 5th place. New for Life is closing in on Ekanoni, cutting the gap by a second. Epic Sugar is moving up to 14th. Wildsoofen just overtook someone to move into 10th place. Sovi and Wildsoofen are still neck and neck for that spot. Top Thunder and Direct Official are fighting hard for 12th place. Eddie Lead is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry with a 1-second gap. Akanoni just moved up 1 spot to take 6th place. Dragul and Ekanon are battling fiercely for 6th position. Idialeave is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry and has cut the gap by 1 second. Direct Official has moved up 1 spot to 12 and is now chasing Top Thunder for 11. The battle between Direct Official and Top Thunder is heating up. Fragu is now in 6th place, climbing 1 spot. Fragu and Gina Jones are nose-to-nose fighting for 5th. Epic Sugar has gained 2 positions and is now in 13th. Akanona just overtook someone to take the 6th place. Amy is climbing up to 17. Imus Gordon and Amy are nose-to-nose for 17. Nimu for Life and Fragout are neck and neck for 7th place. Amy and Daragaz are locked in a fierce fight for 16. Leech Mepsi is closing the gap on Lithocarp by a second and a half. Fragu is climbing to 6th place. Amy is now in 16. Imus Gordon has moved into 17. Direct Official is climbing up to 11th place. Pippi Langstrump is closing the gap on Lithocarp by 1 second. Thick Sugar is gaining on Top Thunder, closing the gap to just over a second. Hippie Langstrumpf is catching Lithocarp quickly, now less than a second behind. Dirok Official is climbing up to 10th place. Wiltsufin and Dirok Official are nose to nose for 10th. Baycorn is also advancing to 14. Ragu is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap to just over a second. Dirok Official is inching closer to Rana Rampage, now just a second behind. Zovi and Amy are locked in a fierce fight for 15th place. Neck and neck. Scott Dixon's Mazda R X7 Turbo is leading with a solid pace, fastest lap of 17.106. Looks like he's got the car dialed in and is pulling away from the pack. Well, look at that! Scott Dixon just took the checkered flag. Congratulations! Guess he's still got it. Alright, here's a fun fact about Albert Park. Did you know this track is actually a public park that transforms into a racing circuit once a year? Imagine that. Your Sunday stroll suddenly turning into a high-speed chase. It's like the track has a secret life as a peaceful park, and then switches to a wild raceway. Pretty cool, right? Alright, so we've got XOSs in a Chevrolet IndyCar and Orange Funk in a Honda IndyCar. Both are racing on the tricky Albert Park circuit. Honestly, the Chevrolet is known for a bit more power and a strong downforce setup, which could give XOSs an edge on those tight corners. On the other hand, the Honda might be more agile and easier to handle in the tighter sections, which can be a big advantage here. But since these are AI drivers, I'd say it's gonna come down to who's better at adapting to the circuit and maintaining consistency. I'm leaning slightly towards AXOSs because of the power advantage. But don't count Orange Funk out. They could outmaneuver the competition with precision. We'll see who gets the best execution, but my gut says XOSs in the Chevrolet might just have the slight upper hand. Alright folks, Skozerobs is on pole, kicking off the race in a 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar. Looks like he's got the early lead, so let's see if he can keep that momentum going. Skozerobs has taken the lead right out of the gate. Amy is holding strong in second place. I am currently in third, trying to keep up. The race is already heating up. Hey, Rafael, welcome back to the channel. Glad to see you're back for more AI race action. Get comfy, because these cars are about to burn some virtual rubber. Exo says is making a nice climb, overtaking 3 cars to reach the 17th place. Maya is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 2nd place. Bonnie Zofdum and Joey Pastrami are locked in a close fight for 4th place. Zaprandigan is on a roll, overtaking 11 cars to claim the lead. Lux Ravenous is climbing fast, passing 3 cars to sit in 16th. Skozerobs and Zaprandigan are nose to tail, fighting for the top spot. Skozerobs takes the lead at the front. Maya climbs to 2nd. Amy follows closely in 3rd. Everyone's making moves today. Sophie and Stabigail Killens are nose to nose for 9th place. Zaprandigan is sneaking up on Orange Funk quickly, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Bunny Zofdum and Joey Pastrami are nose to tail for 4th place. Sophie just snuck into 10th, climbing 1 spot. Maya is gaining on Skozerobs, closing the gap to just over a second. Scott Dixon and Gina Jones are nose to tail, fighting hard for the 17th spot. James Nisk is driving a Chevrolet IndyCar, starting in 18th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Amy just overtook someone to move into 2nd place. Maya and Amy are nose to tail for 2nd position. Joey Pastrami and Maya are wheel to wheel for 3rd. Joey Pastrami is driving a Honda IndyCar and is currently in 4th place. Looks like they're holding steady, maybe saving some for a late push. Joey Pastrami just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Bunny Zofdum is also inching closer, now in 4th. Maya and Bunny Zofdum are nose to tail for that 4th spot. Maya is closing in on Bunny Zofdum for 4th place. Wildsufin is now in 6th after overtaking Necrophantasm. Necrophantasm and Wildsufin are battling hard for 6th. Skozerobs is holding steady at the front, but watch out for Amy closing in fast. Pippi Langstrom and Necrophantasm are nose to nose for 7th place. Stephen Brinkley and Stabigail Killens are also locked in a fierce duel for 10th. Stephen Brinkley just moved up to 10th place. Zaprandigan is closing in on Orange Funk and has cut the gap by 2 seconds. Wildsufin is now in 5th place. Maya is right behind, closing the gap. Looks like a fun little duel for that position. Wilsufin is holding on to 5th place, but Maya is right behind, ready to pounce. Necrophantasm and I are still neck and neck for 6th. No room for mistakes. Abigail Killams and Stephen Brinkley are trading positions in a close fight for 10th. Looks like a game of musical chairs. Wow, Scozer Ops just took the win. Looks like they're really good at this racing thing. Congratulations. Wow, Scozer Ops really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations. Looks like they've got the racing skills of a true pro. Can't wait to see if they can keep that winning streak going in the next race. Here's a fun fact about the 1938 Mercedes-Benz W154. It was one of the most advanced racing cars of its time, and had a supercharged 3.4-liter V12 engine. The car was so powerful that it could reach speeds over 200 miles per hour back in the late 1930s, which is pretty impressive considering the technology of that era. Plus, it dominated the Grand Prix races, making it a true legend in racing history. Oh wow, this is like watching vintage car royalty battle it out. The Mercedes-Benz W154 is a real legend with its supercharged engine. But the Auto Union Type C was known for its incredible speed and agility back in the day. Honestly, I'd probably lean towards Pippi Langstrom being a little more nimble on those straights, but Sylvie's Mercedes has that classic power and presence. It's going to be a close call, but I'd say the Auto Union might just edge out in the end, unless Sylvie can exploit some clever racing lines. Either way, I'm excited to see these classics duke it out. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Anderstorp with Scott Dixon on the pole, and he's driving a vintage 1938 Mercedes-Benz W154. Buckle up, this is already looking like a classic showdown. Scott Dixon has taken an early lead, followed closely by Shivakala 704 in second place. Hingilna Kringleberry is currently in third, trying to keep up. Oscar Wolf and Amy are nose to nose for 4th place. Sophie is climbing up to 6th. Ai Rafael is making the move to 8th. Era Rafael and Gina Jones are nose to tail for 7th place. Maya just snuck into the top 10, climbing to 11th. Woo Woo for Life is also making moves, now in 13th. And Moo for Life and Pumpkin Off Glory are locked in a fierce fight for 12th. Air Rafael is climbing up to 7th place. Guozzo is now in 13th. Wilsufin has moved into 14th. Looks like the race is heating up. Wilsufin and New for Life are nose to tail for the 14th spot. New for Life just nudged ahead, claiming that position. Hingle McCringleberry and Shivakala 704 are nose to tail for 2nd place. Guozzo just gained a spot to 12. Pumpkin Off Glory and Fuzo are trading paint for 12. Pippi Langstrup is driving an Auto Union Type C, which is known for its speed and agility. Looks like she's stuck in the middle of the pack, trying to find a way forward. Maya is climbing up to 10th place. Guozzo is now 11. Pumpkin Off Glory has moved into 12. Looks like some steady progress. Wilsufin is now in 14th place, climbing 1 spot. Moo for Life and Wilsufin are nose to tail fighting for that same position. Wilsufin advances to 13th place. New for Life and Zombush 86 are locked in a close fight for 14th place. New for Life is driving an Auto Union Type D, a classic racing machine. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, currently in 15th place. Not much action yet, but they might be waiting for a chance to make a move. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 2nd place. Shivakali 704 and Hingle are locked in a close fight for 2nd. Ayarafe and Sylvia are also neck and neck for 6th. Shivakali 704 is climbing up to 2nd place now. Hingle May Kringleberry and Shivakali in 4 are nose to nose for that spot. Aira Faid has advanced 2 positions and is now in 5th. Oscar Wolf is gaining on Sovi, closing the gap by over a second. Pumpkin Flurry has climbed 1 spot to 11th place. Guozzo and Pumpkin Flurry are nose to tail for 11. Wildsufin and Fuzo are nose to tail for 12th place. Zombush 86 and Wildsufin are also locked in a fierce scrap for 13th. Mufo Life is really making a move, climbing through the field like it's a Sunday drive. Scott Dixon is not giving up easily, sticking close and ready to pounce. Looks like this race is about to get interesting. Guozzo is driving a Mercedes-Benz W154, which is known for its advanced engineering and speed. They're currently in 14th place, and seem to be struggling a bit with their lap times, well behind the leaders. Well, look at that. Scott Dixon just took the victory. Guess he still got it. Hooray! Wow! Scott Dixon really crossed the finish line first. Big congratulations to him on that well-deserved win. Now, let's see who gets to claim those amazing cars. IRFA, you snagged the fastest lap. So you get the 1938 Auto Union Type D. Great job pushing that car to the limit. So VE won the bet race, so the 1938 Mercedes-Benz W154 is yours. And IRFAL, again showing your overtaking skills, you can also claim the Auto Union Type D. It looks like IRFAL is a little overachiever today. Alright everyone, make your final picks before it's too late. You've got just a few seconds left to choose your dream car. Don't miss out on the chance to see these AI racers battle it out on the track. Hurry up and pick your favorite. Oh wow, this is a classic showdown. Both of these cars come from the golden era of F1, and the Williams FW18 is famous for its dominance, especially with Blackbeard behind the wheel. The Jordan 196 is no slouch either, but it's usually a bit more of an underdog. I'd say Blackbeard's Williams has the edge here, especially with its proven track record of speed and reliability. But hey, in AI racing, anything can happen. Let's see if Popcorn Slayer can surprise us, or if Blackbeard's Williams will cruise to victory. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Croft Retro, and our star driver My Styler 21 is leading the pack in a 1996 McLaren MP411. Let's see if they can hold on to that pole position, or if the AI has other plans. Jaime is leading the pack, clearly setting the pace. My Styler 21 is holding strong in second place, not letting the pressure get to him. Sovi is in third, trying to keep up but already a bit behind the front runners. Pippi Langstrom is climbing fast into fourth place. She and Sovi are nose to nose for third. Amy is gaining ground, now in seventh. Amy is currently in sixth place driving a 1996 McLaren MP411. Looks like she's holding her own but not quite challenging for the lead yet. Maya is closing in on the racer ahead, trying to make a move. Hickus Lady X3 is holding firm but looks vulnerable. Popcorn Slayer and Rugby Boy Gaming Studios are nose to tail, no room for mistakes. Maya just overtook Hickus Lady X3 to move into 8th place. Next Boring Life and Hingle McCringleberry are still neck and neck for 11th. The race is heating up at the back end. Hickus Lady X3 is now in 8th place, closing the gap with Maya Dortimon. Gina Jones climbs to 21st. The fight for 8th is heating up. Blackbeards and Meg's Boring Life are nose to nose for 12th place. Scott Bender and Wolf for Life are also locked in a close fight for 19th. Necrophantasm is driving a Ligier JS43. They're currently in 10th place, just ahead of the pack, with a decent lap time of 54.169 seconds. Looks like they're holding their own but not quite breaking away. Ruth Freeboy Gaming Studios is driving a Ferrari F310 and is currently in the 16th place. Their lap time is pretty solid at 53.868 seconds, but they're stuck behind a few cars and trying to make moves. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Lutzofin and Rummy Fizz 13 are nose to tail for the 14th spot. Yamobius just gained a position and is now in 25th. Senyahima is driving a Jordan 196 and is currently in 7th place. Their fastest lap is just a bit quicker than the car ahead, so they might be closing in. Looks like a solid race so far. Chawson's Coast is driving a Tyrrell 024. They're currently in 19th place, just behind some other Tyrrell and Williams drivers. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Dingle McCringleberry and Necrophantasm are nose to tail for 10th place. Atelier Torias and Scott Dixon are locked in a close fight for 22nd. Well, look at that. Jaime Zita just took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Jaimai's really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on your win, you earned it. And Sovi, you did an incredible job with the most overtakes. You can now claim the 1996 Ferrari F310 from F1 1996. Nice work! Here's a fun fact for you. The Silverstone Vintage track is like stepping back in time, because it recreates the circuit as it was in the 1950s. Imagine racing where legends like Fangio and Moss once sped through. It's a nostalgic trip with a twist of modern AI chaos, making every lap feel like a piece of history with a dash of excitement. Ooh, this is a classic battle of the age in engineering, isn't it? The 2018 BR Engineering BR1 is known for its speed and agility, but the 2016 Porsche 999 Hybrid has that hybrid endurance and a bit more experience under its belt. Considering the Silverstone Vintage setting, I'd say the Porsche might have the edge because of its proven track record and hybrid tech that can handle the twists and turns smoothly. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. So, who's your bet? Alright folks, New for Life is kicking things off from pole in the LMP1 class, driving a 2016 Audi R18 at Silverstone Vintage. Let's see if that early lead sticks. The race kicks off with New for Life leading the pack, followed closely by Scott Dixon in second. Amy is in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Shoebox TV and Amy are nose to tail for third place. Maya just gained one spot and is now in fifth. Squatbender and Maya are locked in a close fight for fifth. Shoebox TV and Amy are nose to tail for third place. BioArt is climbing up to 8. Cloud Surface 69 and BioArt are locked in a close fight for 7. Shoebox TV is climbing to third place. Cloud Surface 69 is now in 7th. Team Tinatea is making a move to 11th. Maya and Amy are nose to tail in the fight for 4th place. Ingel McCringleberry is climbing up to 8th place. Pippi Langström and Sikapol are locked in a close duel for 13th. Shoebox TV is trying to hold off Amy for 3rd place. Sovi and BioArt are nose to nose for 9th. Team Tinatea and Sovi are also fighting for 10th. Maya is currently in 6th place trying to hold off Hingle McCringleberry, who is closing in fast. Shoebox TV is holding on to 3rd, but Amy is right behind in 4th. Hingle McCringleberry just shaved off another second from Cloudsurfer 69, and the gap is tightening for 7th place. Maya is now in 4th place, closing in on the top 3. Sovi has climbed to 8th, inching closer to the points. Bioart has moved up to 10th, and he's got a battle with Hingle McCringleberry for 9th. Looks like a fun fight for those last couple of points. Squatbender is climbing to 5th place. Sovi is making a move to 7th. Team Tinatia is inching into 10th. Looks like everyone's got a little fire today. Sovi and Amy are neck and neck for 6th place. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 12th. Squatbender is climbing up to 4th place. Maya and Squatbender are nose to nose for that position. Sovi is inching up to 6th place. Amy just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Maya and Amy are nose to tail for 5th. Cloudsurfer 69 is closing in on 8th. Maya and Squatbender are nose to tail for 4th place. Cloudsurfer 69 has gained 1 spot and is now 6th. Sovi has also moved up 1 spot into 7th. Gina Jones is currently last with a time that's not even valid. Looks like her race is pretty much over, or she's having some major issues. Squatbender is holding off Shoebox TV by a nose for 3rd place. Sovi and Cloudsurfer 69 are still neck and neck for 6th. Bioart and Team Tinatia are battling it out for 10th. Sovi is climbing fast up to 5th place. Sovi and Squatbender are nose to tail for 4th. Maya and Sovi are also locked in a close fight for 5th. Scott Dixon is closing in on Move for Life, closing the gap by over a second. Sovi and Squatbender are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Amy is climbing up the field, grabbing the 7th spot. Wow. Looks like New for Life just took the checkered flag. Guess all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow. Congratulations to New for Life for taking the checkered flag. You really showed those other cars who's boss. And hey, since New for Life also snagged the fastest lap, they get to claim that sleek 2016 Audi R18. Nice! And Sovi, you might have lost the main race, but you won the bet race. Well played. You can now boast about your new 2016 Porsche 919 Hybrid. Looks like everyone's leaving this race with some shiny new cars. Would you look at that? For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility because Bowman Gray Stadium is famous for its tight corners and short straightaways. Speed is important, but being able to quickly navigate those sharp turns and stay glued to the track is what will really make a difference. Though, A car with excellent cornering ability and responsive steering would be my top choice for this race. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock is ticking, so make your choices before it's too late. Don't miss out on the fun of seeing which AI-driven car will take the crown. Hurry up and get your selections in. Oh wow, this is a fascinating matchup. Hingle McCringleberry. In that 2019 Radical SR3 is probably the wild card here with that lightweight, nimble setup. It's like putting a rocket on wheels. Meanwhile, Mighty Chunk in the 2017 Lexus RCF is likely to bring some serious power to the race, but maybe a little less agility. If this were all about pure speed and handling, I'd lean slightly towards Hingle's Radical machine. But if horsepower and straight-line dominance are what matter, then Mighty Chunk could have the upper hand. Honestly, this race could go either way, based on the strategy and the track conditions. But I'd say, if I had to make a call, I'm putting my chips on the Radical SR3 to outmaneuver the Lexus and come out ahead. Alright, everyone. The race just kicked off at Bowman Gray Stadium. Aetherplasm is starting on pole in a 2021 Nissan 400Z, so let's see if that slow car can actually keep up with the others, or if it's just good at looking pretty. Bujitsero has taken an early lead, holding the first place. Gina Jones is right behind in second, and Rafael is currently in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Hingle McCringleberry is making a bold move up to 5th place. Scott Dixon is climbing fast, now in 10th. TT61 is also on the rise, now in 12th. The pack is really shifting around. Rafael is closing in on Gina Jones fast, cutting the gap by 8.42 seconds. Shots Fired is climbing up to 10th place. Amy is making a move, jumping 2 spots to 14. Shots Fired and Maya are nose to tail for 9th place. Hiroga Meresa is climbing to 14. Gippy Langstrom is inching up to 19. Shots Fired is now in 8th place, closing the gap with Maedachari Toms. Bujitsero is climbing to 14th place. The race is heating up. Maya is now in 9th place, climbing 1 spot. Scott Dixon has also moved up 1 place to 10th. TT61 is in 11th position, also gaining 1 spot. Silent Fox 213 is on a roll. Now in first place. Blackbeard and Zap Brandigan are both climbing fast, now in 15th and 16th. Looks like a busy race. Maya is on a roll, climbing to 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Jerogamarasa is also making moves, now in 7th after passing 6 cars. Darigals is pushing hard, now in 9th after overtaking 3 cars. Zap Brandigan is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 13. Uchitsero just nudged into the top 10. Blackbeard is sneaking up 2 spots to 12. The race is heating up. Wildsufin just overtook Mighty Chunk and is now in 4th place. They are nose to tail. Looks like a battle for that spot. Maya's closing in on Mighty Chunk, the gap shrinking by 2:30 seconds. Blackbeard is gaining on Taita 61, closing the distance by 2 seconds. Gina Jones is catching up to Platinum Mira, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 7th place. Darigals is gaining on Perugamarzak, closing the gap by over a second. Zotsfired is catching Aetherplasm, closing in by almost a second and a half. Amy is driving a Wisman GTM F5, a rare and stylish choice. She's currently in the 18th place, just behind the pack. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the front runners. Buchitsero just overtook someone to move into 9th place. Hippie Langstrump is closing in on Amy, shrinking the gap by 140 seconds. Wow! Silent Fox 213, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win! Wow, Silent Fox 213 really zoomed to the finish line. Big congratulations on the win. You must be feeling pretty proud right now. And a shout out to Hingle McCringleberry for taking home the bet race victory. You've earned yourself a shiny 2019 Radical S or 3. That's quite the prize. Looks like someone's got a new ride to brag about. Sure thing. Did you know that the Bridgehampton track has some of the most challenging turns in racing history? It's like a roller coaster without the safety harness. The twists and turns really test the driver's skills and make every lap an adrenaline rush. Perfect for our AI racers to show off their virtual driving chops. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time before the countdown ends. Don't miss out on the thrill of watching these AI beasts race. Hurry up and make your choice before it's too late. Oh wow. This is quite the classic showdown. The Lincoln Continental is a giant, known more for comfort and style than speed, especially compared to the lively and sporty Ford Escort Mark 1 RS1 1600. I'm pretty sure the Escort has the edge here with its lightweight, agility and racing pedigree. The Lincoln might look majestic, but in a race on Bridgehampton, I think the little Escort will have the upper hand. So, my bet is on Bobardo and the Ford Escort to come out ahead. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off on the Bridgehampton track. Leading the pack is Alan 656 in a classic 1973 AMC Gremlin X. Nothing says vintage like a Gremlin up front, right? Let's see if it can hold on to that pole position. Hingle Mekringleberry is leading the pack, followed closely by Alan 656 in second place. Prodigy Place 58 is holding on to third for now. Let's see if anyone can shake up this top trio early on. Sakurai TV is making a move, climbing 3 spots to get to 19. Lord Batril is inching closer to the top 3, just 1 behind. Quiz 44 is also on the rise, gaining 2 positions to sit in 4th. Alan 656 and Hingle McCringleberry are nose-to-nose for first place. Prodigy Place 58 and Quiz 44 are locked in a fierce duel for 4th. Deluxe Combo is climbing up, now in 7th after a smooth move. Lemon Cult Games is charging through the field, now in the 18th place after overtaking 3 cars. Lord Buttrell is climbing steadily, now in 2nd place. Amy is also making moves, now in 5th position. Deluxe Combo is right behind Prodigy Place 58 now. Looks like a serious chase is on. Mr. Wolf J has climbed to 9th place. Wildsufin has moved into 12th. Things are heating up. Deluxe Combo is now just a second behind Prodigy Place 58. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Scott Dixon is climbing to 8th. Lord Buttrell just took the lead. Hingle McCringleberry and Lord Buttrell are nose to tail for first place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 11. Amy is now just a second behind Alan 656. Looks like she's got her eyes on him. Deluxe Combo has overtaken someone and is now in 6th place. Beats with Kef is gaining on Prodigy Place 58, closing the gap to just over a second. Scott Dixon is climbing to 8th place. Gina Jones is now in 9th. HP Lootcraft has moved up to 14th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 9th place. Scott Dixon and Gina are nose to tail for that same spot. Shoot 'em up and Wildsufin are locked in a close fight for 14th. Beats with Kev is climbing to 7th place. Nuafilaev is now in 15th. Zakarai TV is in 16th. The race is heating up. Gina Jones and Prodigy Place 58 are neck and neck for 8th place. Scott Dixon and Gina Jones are fighting it out for 9th. Lemon Cult Games is climbing up to 17th. Gina Jones climbs to 8th place. Mr. Wolf J is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by 1.33 seconds. Lemon Cult Games advances to 16th position. Lemon Cult Games just climbed one spot to 15. Well for Life and Lemon Cult Games are nose to nose for that same position. Aminzan is inching up to 22. Amy is climbing to 3rd place. Gina Jones is now 7th. Scott Dixon has moved into 9th. Looks like everyone's making some moves. Wildsufin is climbing fast, now in 10th place after overtaking 4 cars. Maya is making a move, now in 22nd after passing 3 cars. Alan 656 is inching closer to the top, now in 3rd after gaining 1 spot. Gina Jones is rapidly catching up to Amy, cutting the gap by 7 seconds. Scott Dixon is inching closer to Deluxe Combo, closing in by just over a second. Wildsufin is also on the move, narrowing the distance to Beats with Kev by 1.44 seconds. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Wildsufin is climbing up to 8th. Queen Manda is closing in on Mr. Wolf J, but still a bit of a stretch. Amy is narrowing the gap to Quiz 44, but still not close enough for a move. Wow, Lord Buttrell took the checkered flag, did they? Guess the crown fits after all. Well deserved. Wow. Congratulations to Lord Buttrell. You really showed everyone how it's done today. Well-deserved victory. And a big shout out to Wayne Train in E4 for those impressive overtakes. You've earned yourself a classic 1963 Ferrari 250 GT Berlinetta. Enjoy cruising in style. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost done. So get those choices in before they race off without you. Don't miss out on the fun. Well, looking at these two, it's a classic case of vintage versus slightly more recent, but still pretty old. The Panas Esperante GT-LM Evo from 26 is no stranger to racing circuits, but it's got a bit of a reputation for being a bit quirky and maybe not as refined as some of the newer cars. On the other hand, the Jaguar XKR GT3 from 2008, while also over a decade old, has seen a lot of racing action and might be a touch more agile on the tight, twisty streets of Paltrol. Given the circuit's tight corners and elevation changes, I'd lean toward the Jaguar for its likely better handling and more modern design. But hey, the Panas could surprise us if it manages to navigate the tricky sections with some vintage charm and raw power. Honestly, it's too close to call without seeing the drivers in action. So, I'll just sit back and enjoy the race, betting on the Jaguar to edge out a win. But only just. Alright, everyone. The race is kicking off at Circuit de Pau, and Scott Dixon is on pole, zooming in that vintage 1995 Marcos Elney 600 GT2. Buckle up, this is going to be interesting. Thamaka has shot out in front, leading the race. Scott Dixon is holding strong in second place, and Shivakala 704 is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle forming early on. Sophie is on a roll, climbing 5 spots to take 8th place. Amy is also making moves, climbing 2 spots to 7th. Rana Rampage is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 14th. Rana Rampage and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose, battling for 13th place. New View for Life just climbed to 11th place. Looks like someone's got the secret sauce. Gina Jones is now in 15th. Not bad, but still a few spots behind. Hingo McCringleberry is driving a Marcos LM 600 GT2 from 1995. Looks like their race is a bit of a struggle, currently in the 14th spot and not making much progress. Rana Rampage is in 13th place with a Nissan 350Z GT 300. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Sunboard Boy just sneaked into 4th place. Ronnie Rampage is climbing to 12th. Looks like the race is heating up. Ablaze just overtook someone to take 8th place. Pippi Langstrom is also climbing up 1 spot to 15th. Gina Jones and Pippi are nose to nose for 15th place. Looks like a close fight. New for Life advances to 9th place. Wood Sophine climbs to 10th. Ferrero Gamaresa makes a 2-position jump to 11th. Adanut 44 is in 5th place with a 2008 Dodge Viper GT2 CCC. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any dramatic moves yet. Gina Jones is driving a 2005 Infiniti G35 GT2. She's currently in 16th place and hasn't set a fastest lap yet. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the leaders. Sunboard Boy is catching up to Shivakala 704, and the gap is shrinking fast. Maya is making a move on Adanut 44. Ablaze is closing in on Amy, and the race is heating up. Adanut 44 just overtook someone to take 4th place. Amy is closing in on Maya fast, now just 1.8 seconds behind. Ingle Kringleberry is climbing up to 12th place. Adanut 44 is gaining on Shivakai 704, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Runner Rampage is chipping away at Wiltsefin, reducing the distance by 1.6 seconds. New Life just sneaked up 1 spot to 12. Maya is catching Sunboard Boy fast, now just 1.5 seconds behind. Gina Jones is also closing in on Pippi Langstrom, inching closer by 1.3 seconds. Gina Jones is driving a 2005 Infiniti G35 G228. She's currently in the 15th place and seems to be stuck behind some slower cars, with no notable moves so far. Ablaze is cutting the gap to Maya by 2.7 seconds. Looks like a serious chase is on. Ingle McCringleberry is hot on the heels of Move for Life, closing in by nearly 2 seconds. Amy just moved up to 6th place. Amy is currently in 7th place with the 2008 Jaguar XKR GT3. Their fastest lap is about 1:29.57. So they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Looks like a solid middle-of-the-pack run so far. Wow, Famaka just took the win. Looks like they were in a league of their own. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Famaka for winning the race. That was some impressive driving. Now, let's give a shout out to Amy for winning the bet race. Amy, you get to claim a sleek 2008 Jaguar XKR GT3. And so your daring overtakes have earned you a 2006 Panos Esperante GT-LM Evo 2. Nice work, everyone! Here's a fun fact for you. The V8 supercars racing cars are so powerful they can go from 0 to 60 in just over 3 seconds, which is faster than most sport bikes. It's like driving a rocket that decided to try its hand at racing instead of just blowing stuff up in space. Ooh, this is a classic matchup of the modern muscle against the older, slightly more seasoned competitor. The 2019 Ford Mustang is known for its sharp handling and power, but the 2008 Ford Falcon FG has a reputation for being a bit more balanced with a proven track record. On paper, Amy's Mustang might seem like the favorite because of its newer design and extra horsepower, but the Falcon's lighter weight and potentially better aerodynamics could give it an unexpected edge. Honestly, it's a close call, but I might put my money on the Falcon just because it has that extra bit of experience and a more refined chassis. Still, don't count Amy out. She could definitely surprise us with that American muscle. Alright, everyone. The race is underway at Snetterton. 300 and Woo for Life is starting from pole in a 2019 Ford Mustang. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead or if the AI has other plans. The race kicks off with New for Life taking the lead, Gina Jones right behind in second, and Amy holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Squat Bender nudges into fourth place now. Squat Bender and Scott Dixon are nose to tail. No room for error. Thomas Moran climbs 2 spots to sit in 7th. Squat Bender just overtook 2 cars and is now 3rd place. The battle between Amy and Squat Bender is heating up for that 3rd spot. Thomas Moran is climbing up 1 place to 5th. Maya is holding steady in 2nd place. Scott Dixon is now in 6th. Ed Sauce 21 is inching closer to the top 10. Thomas Moran is driving a 2008 Ford Falcon FG. He's currently in 8th place and seems to be holding steady, not making any dramatic moves. Rex Mancera is driving the 2008 Ford Falcon FG. Looks like they're stuck in the back. Probably just enjoying the scenery at this point. Thomas Moran is driving a 28 Ford Falcon FG. He's currently in 8th place and seems to be holding steady, but no major moves from him yet. Justin Gilks just climbed 1 spot to 13. Maya and Mina My Style 21 are nose to tail for 17. Darrogue is on the move, climbing to 16th place after overtaking 3 cars. Lin Lilac is right behind, also gaining 3 spots to reach 17. Dr. Monkey 13 is having a tough time, dropping 7 places to 21. Zerkamingite and Thomas Moran are nose to nose for 6th place. Wildsufin climbs up to 8th. Edzos 21 also advances 1 spot to 9th. Maya is slicing through the field, now in 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Circumengate is climbing steadily, now in 6th place. Rexensero is making a move, now in 18th after gaining 1 spot. New for Life is leading the race in a 2019 Ford Mustang with a top lap time of 99.999. Looks like they're comfortably in front and setting the pace. Circumengate is on a roll, climbing from behind to take the lead. Darrogue is making moves, now in 11th after a big push. Scott Dixon is having a rough patch, dropping 8 spots to 13. Rexensero is making a bold move, climbing 5 places to sit in 13th. New for Life is now in 1st after gaining 2 positions. Gina Jones is also moving up 2 spots, claiming 2nd place. Gina Jones and New for Life are nose to tail for the lead. Thomas Moran just gained a spot and is now in 4th. Edzos 21 is also climbing, now in 5th. Darrogue is driving a 2007 Holden Commodore VE. They're currently in 10th place but have a pretty decent lap time of 2 minutes and 2 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much noise. Maya is slicing through the field, now in 1st place after overtaking 14 cars. Move for Life and Maya are nose to tail, fighting for the lead. The tension is thick as they race side by side. New for Life is now in 1st place. Gina Jones has moved into 2nd. Amy has climbed into 3rd. Looks like a tight battle at the front. Wow, look at that! New for Life just took the victory. Guess they really know how to leave the competition in the dust. Well done! Wow, congratulations to New for Life for taking the checkered flag. They really showed those AI cars whose road it is. And hey Amy, way to dominate the bet race. You've earned yourself a sleek 2019 Ford Mustang with a V8 supercars engine. Looks like someone's going to be cruising in style soon. Great, racing all around. Sure. Sing. Did you know that Goldenport Circuit in Beijing used to be a go-kart racing track before it was transformed into a full-fledged racing circuit? It's like the track had a glow-up from tiny cars to full-size racers. Seems like a pretty fancy upgrade, right? Alright everyone, you better make your final choice now or forever hold your peace. You don't want to miss out on your dream car in this thrilling AI race. Hurry up! Oh, this is a juicy one. The Buick GNX from 1987 versus the Ferrari F50 from 1995. It's like bringing a tank to a beauty pageant. The Buick might have a nostalgic charm and a lot of raw power. But let's be honest, the Ferrari is all about that sleek high-performance edge. I'd say the Ferrari probably has the upper hand in speed and handling. But hey, the Buick could surprise us if it manages to stick to the track long enough. My money's on the Ferrari. But I'd love to see that Buick pull off an upset. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Goldenport, and leading the pack is the Retro Streetcars class, with DCKP Zerogers at the wheel of a classic 1993 Toyota Supra. Let's see if that old school beast can hold on to that top spot. Amundsen has taken the lead right out of the gate. DKKETO Gate Zeros is holding strong in second place. Hingle McCringleberry is sitting in third, probably wondering if they should have slept in today. Maya just overtook someone to move into 8th place. Gary 710 and Maya are nose-to-tail fighting for that 8th spot. Beast McGee is closing in on 10th, inching forward. Gary 710 just overtook someone to move into 8th place. Hippie Langstrom is climbing up to 10th, and Beast McGee is right on her tail for that 10th spot. Looks like a close fight for Penn. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to second place. Crystal 33 is now in 7th after moving up 1 spot. And I am making a move to 8th place, climbing 2 spots. Move for Life is currently in 5th place, driving a 1989 Mercedes-Benz SL 500. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Maya is now in 5th place, climbing 2 spots. New for Life is right behind in the fight for 5th. Gary 710 moves up to 9th, closing in. Husky Hog is climbing up to 8th place. Gary 710 and Husky Hog are battling for 9th. Amy is closing in on Gary 710, cutting the gap by over a second. They are now locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Pippi Langstrump is climbing 2 spots to 6th place. Gary 710 is gaining 1 spot to 9. Gina Jones is also moving up 1 spot to 12. Maya is now in 4th place, climbing up 1 spot. Pippi Langstrump and Scott Dixon are still battling hard for 5th place. Gary 17 has moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Gary 17 and More for Life are locked in a close fight for 7th place. Maya is closing in on Daisy KB Zerogards, the gap shrinking by 140 seconds. Pippi Langstrump has climbed 1 spot to 5th place. Crystal 33 has also moved up 1 spot to 8th place. Gary 710 and Crystal 33 are nose to tail for 8th place. Gina Jones is sneaking up to 11th. Looks like a close one. Wangda Tang 7272 is driving a 1993 BMW M3E36. They're currently in the last place, but are only a few seconds behind the cars ahead. Looks like a comeback might be possible if they find some speed. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. I am moving up 1 spot to take 3rd place. Sylvie is closing in on Bees McGee, reducing the gap by 1 second. Pippi Langstrump is climbing to 3rd place. Looks like the race for 3rd is heating up between Pippi and me. Amy is making a move and is now in 9th position. Amy has just gained 1 position and is now in 8th place. Amy and New for Life are nose to nose fighting for 7th. Gary 710 and Crystal 33 are locked in a close duel for 9th. New for Life and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 6th place. Bees McGee and Husky Hog are locked in a fierce fight for 12th. Wangda Tang 7272 is closing the gap on Toadette TV, now just 1 second behind. Dege CKP Daitse Rogerts is climbing to 4th place. Amy is making a move to 6th. Bees McGee is advancing to 12th. Pippi Langstrump is climbing up to 4th place. Gina Jones is making a move to 10th. Gina and Crystal 33 are nose to nose for 9th. Gina Jones has moved up to 9th place. Gary 710 is right behind in 10. They're nose-to-nose fighting for that 9th spot. Scott Dixon is driving a 1987 Ford Sierra RS 500 Cosworth Tourer. He's currently in 8th place, but his lap time of 1:26.489 suggests he's not exactly setting the pace today. Wow, Amundsen just won the race. Looks like they're on a winning streak again. Guess the competition better step up. Wow, Amundsen actually pulled off the win. Congrats, that was impressive. I guess all that practice paid off. And look at that, Pippi Langström has the fastest lap. That means they get to claim a classic, a 1995 Ferrari F50. Retro street cars at its finest. Nice job. Sure. A fun fact about the Daimler Teststrecke track is that it's like the playground for Mercedes engineers where they push their cars to the limit, even testing out the funky corners that seem almost impossible to stay on. It's basically their secret laboratory for perfecting those luxury rides we all dream about. Alright everyone, time is almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's your chance or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI picks for you. Hurry up and make your decision before the countdown runs out. Well, this is quite the blast from the past versus a more modern beast. The 1996 Osella PA20 BMW has some serious vintage charm, but might struggle a bit against the sleek, high-tech Praga R1 from 2012. The Praga is likely to have better aerodynamics and a more advanced engine, giving it a clear edge in speed and handling. Still, never underestimate the charm of a classic, especially if Maya can channel some old-school racing tricks. My bet is on New for Life with that Praga 1 to take the win, but I'll be watching to see if Maya surprises us with some retro magic. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the Daimler Teststrecke with Imjas Platinum leading in the ultralights class, cruising on that vintage 1996 Osella PA20 BMW Ultra. Let's see if that classic charm can hold off the competition. Inglust Platinum has taken an early lead, with Timborghini Tube close behind in second. Ingle McCringleberry is holding on to third, but expect some fireworks soon. Sovi is climbing up to third place. Zovi and Timborghini Tube are nose to nose for second. Ingle McCringleberry and Sovi are also locked in a close fight for third. Timborghini Tube just snatched the lead from Indus Platinum. The battle for first is heating up. Dri 192 Bix is climbing steadily to 6. Pippi Langstrump just overtook someone to take 7th place. Looks like she's not done climbing. Amy and Pippi Langstrump are nose to nose for 7th. Zero Timilive is sneaking into the top 10. Indus Platinum is leading the race in a 1996 Osella P. A20 BMW Juga. Looks like they're holding steady at the front, probably enjoying a comfortable gap. Race seems pretty straightforward for now. Dri 192. Gus just sneaked into 5th place. Amy is closing the gap on Pippi Langstrom, faster than a speeding ticket. Scott Dixon and Zero Time Alive are nose to nose for 9th place. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Violetta Mama is driving a Radical SR5 and currently in 6th place. Looks like she's holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Zero Team Alive is driving a 2014 Norma M20 FC. They're currently in 10th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Invest Platinum is leading in a 1996 Osella P A20 BMW QI. Looks like they're holding on to that top spot pretty comfortably so far. Amy is really pushing hard to catch Pippi Langstrom, now only a few car lengths behind. They're neck and neck for 7th place. This is getting interesting. Imbus Platinum is leading in a 1996 Osella PA 20 BMW UX11. Looks like they're holding the front spot comfortably so far. Zero Team Alive just overtook someone and is now in 8th place. Amy and Zero Team Alive are neck and neck for 8th. Pippi Langstrom is driving a 2019 Radical SR5, starting from 10th place. They've managed to move up to 8th, so they're making some progress. Sovi is driving a 1996 Osella PA 21 Honda. Looks like they're holding a solid 3rd place, but the race is tight behind them. Imbus Platinum is now in 2nd place. Noi Five and Bacho Grande are nose to nose for 11th. More for Life is climbing up to 11th place. Yaboy Rwanda is right behind in 12th. Gina Jones and I are nose to tail for 14th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to third place. Hingle McCringleberry and Indus Platinum are nose-to-nose for second. Bajo Grande and Yabuawanda are locked in a close fight for 12th. Maya is driving a 1996 Osella PA20 BMW, which is holding steady in the middle of the pack. The race looks tight with only a few seconds separating her from the leaders. Timborghini Tuba is holding a solid lead with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Pippi Langstrumpf and Violetta Mama are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Scott Dixon is climbing up one spot to 9th. Yaboy Rwanda is narrowing the gap to Mufurlife by a second and a half. Wow, Timborghini Tuba, you really sped past the competition. Congratulations on your victory at Daimler Teststrecke. Wow! Big shout out to Timborghini Tube for taking the checkered flag. You really showed some serious skill out there. And congratulations to New Full Life for winning the bet race. That 2012 Praga R1 is yours to claim. Looks like you're going to be flying low and fast. Pippi Langstrumpf, you crushed it with the most overtakes. That 2019 Radical SR5 is yours now. So get ready to turn those crazy moves into some serious speed. Great racing everyone, and the car claiming is just the cherry on top. Alright everyone, time for a quick break while we do some stream maintenance.